Hello, I am here. Let me just make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. I forgot to grab a trash bag until there's trash all over my desk, so if you see trash, it's trash. It's trash. Let me quickly go to just chatting first. I want to do something a little bit different. Where should I even put this? Also, wow, I did blue today, and I was gonna do that teal color, but I was like, I've done the teal on the lips a lot. I've never done the blue, and I'm kind of liking the blue. I actually look kind of nice in the blue. No regular makeup, because I'm trying to get my face to look really nice by Halloween, because I'm doing that 24-hour stream, which I will put details about what's happening with that after tonight's stream in the morning. I was supposed to announce it days ago, but I just time slipped away from me. I can't believe it's so soon. I honestly I can't decide on a time. I either want to start at 6 o'clock on Friday, or I want to start at midnight Friday night and just do like a Halloween stream. But I don't know. Let's see here. What do we got? What am I trying to do here? First of all, let me get the game open, because that's kind of important. Let me know if my audio is fucked, because my audio was fucked at the start of stream yesterday. And Sarah was kind enough to tell me. Where is it? My computer's been running really slow lately, and I'm kind of worried because it's never been this consistently bad day after day. And I hate blaming the Windows update all the time, but I think the Windows update fucked with my computer somehow, because literally every day it's running slow and things aren't working right. And it's like, that's why I don't like that they can just force updates on you. Like, if I don't want the update, I don't want the update. But here's what we're gonna do a little bit differently. In fact, I think I'm gonna put it in Pixel Pals. You're gonna be very confused for a second here, but just trust. I'm gonna call it Italian. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm call it Italian. Italian 2, fine. Why do I have Italian already? I must have already made this and then forgot where I put it. I'm a professional. Italian, English, that's go. There we go. We'll do this. And if people don't understand that, that's fine. Just trying to make it look pretty, okay? This is how you're gonna learn your fucking Italian, alright? There you go. Also, it's kind of small. Hold on. Why? Well, I just make it a little bit bigger, please. Good size, right? There you go. Now you guys have your fucking Italian. Well, actually, now that I think about it, hold on. I have a better idea. I'm gonna put it on the color of change bar. Hold on, where's... I'm scuffed. I'm a scuffed streamer. Where am I doing this? Where's Pixel Pals? There it is. Okay. Hide that. Go to this one. Add text. Add existing Italian 2. Okay. I don't want that fucking big. Jesus. Okay, and then we go to games. There! Now you know you're fucking Italian. Your Italian word for the day is tazza, which means cup. Okay, sorry. I was supposed to do this before stream, but like with a lot of things, I didn't. I just straight up did not do that. But we are going to be continuing our speed run of a douchebag run of The Letter. I know some of you are probably really sick of this game because I've literally been playing it like for 3 weeks. But I promise this is going to be the last night, probably maybe, that I do The Letter. And then I want to play Rusty Lake Paradise before my 24-hour stream. So we'll either do that today or we will do it on Saturday/Friday. Okay, we want to be Rebecca. So right here, basically. No, we want to be here because we went to Ashton's, that's right. I couldn't remember. Okay, so in this version of events, Hannah is dead. Super duper dead. And there's nothing I can do about that. Also, why is it facing so far that way? That's not where it's supposed to be. That's too much towards my door. I mean, that's better. It's still not ideal, but it's better. I need a new camera setup. If y'all have any recommendations, you let me know of like cameras to buy, because I hate this one. Anyway.
Becca, if I find a single scratch on Shirley, there will be hell to pay.
Wait, why is there gonna be a scratch on Shirley? Oh, like what's on my hand? I wiped off my makeup brush, so I put this on my hand, and there's a lot of pigment on there, so. There will also be hell to pay if he so much as harms a hair on either Zach or Rebecca's heads. Oh, okay, they're talking about Luke, I guess. Hearing about Isabella's brief dealings with him is stressing enough in itself already. I doubt he'll attempt anything in front of other people, though. It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearances more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he's incapable of it, more than, in fact, and on the off chance he does something, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
Those guys know what they're doing. They're handling cars worth more than your precious Shirley.
For Zachary and Rebecca's sakes, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming party. Even though something tells me it's anything but. It's really not, it's just a housewarming party. I mean, bad things happen during it, but it's just a housewarming party. When Luke Wright's involved, nothing good has ever come out of it. I can't let my guard down here. Even more so when a familiar car slows to a stop and out comes.
Chief?
My presence. Okay, we've actually already read this. The only difference is that Rebecca is with us. This is literally the same dialogue.
Ashton, what's...
Sorry, Becca.
Yeah, it's literally the same.
Ash!
This won't be long.
The context is just
A friend-
different.
Maybe you even just used me to get into the party. You said yes to being my +1, but you were rather excited to just peel yourself off, weren't you? Honestly, I'm feeling a bit used.
Yikes. It wasn't that I lied to her. I mean, you did. I honestly wanted to be there, to keep Zach safe, to keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend, it was still a party hosted by a person of interest, by a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. Okay, then I think the rest we've already read. Yeah, it's the same. It's basically the same fucking conversation, but they swapped a few words around. Kind of annoying because they can count it as being new words, even though it's technically not. I mean, the new stuff is that she's been used.
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party?
The rest of it is exactly the same.
What were you doing? That you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
I mean, just because you're my I'm your +1 doesn't mean I have to be near you the whole time, right? Yeah, we fucked up. Boo-hoo. Where's my case? Oh yeah, that's right. He got like soft fired. Okay. Save, and then we're gonna lie. Yes. Obviously, I couldn't just say, "Hey, Becca, you know the rights? They're suspected to be ringleaders of a crime syndicate and shit like that. Protocol or otherwise, there are so many things I'm not allowed to tell others. Even if I am able to share information with civilians, knowing anything could very well put them in danger." See, here's what I don't understand. He keeps dancing around, like, not telling them stuff about his case, but, like, Luke and Hannah are rich people, like disgustingly rich people. They spent millions of dollars on the mansion, so they are loaded. Loaded. There's literally no, like, unless all of Ashton's friends don't understand that rich people are typically bad people, why doesn't he just say, hey, they're rich people, they're probably corrupt? Like, there's ways that you can tell them that they're dangerous rather than just saying, oh, they're dangerous. Don't go near them. Like, you can allude to it without actually telling them exactly what it is you're investigating them for. Like, I just... My hands are dry. I don't know, it's just hard to feel for Ashton's situation when, like, he doesn't really have a good enough reason for being so bad to his friends. Like, you can only say, oh, it's classified for so long before you just admit that you don't want to fucking hang out with your friends and you don't like talking to them. But they're all friends! They're all friends. Trust, they're all friends. It's why I keep it vague, obscure the facts, or when push comes to shove, stretch the truth and lie through my teeth. It's a necessity I've grown to deal with. It's already become part of me, no matter how much I loathe doing
I
it.
mentioned it, didn't I? I saw an old friend and I thought I'd catch up. Didn't really notice how long our chat got. You know what they say about time flying when you're having fun, and Lloyd is a fun guy.
Yeah, who's Lloyd? Although she's the very picture of someone who's at least willing to listen, her glare effectively takes a good 20 off my current years. I feel like a kid again, being reprimanded by my junior high teacher for sleeping in class. But getting away with that is easier than with this one. It's the thing... What? It's the thing with someone you've been friends with. That's a weird way to say that, but it makes sense. I'm just dumb. They're the ones who know you inside and out. Good grades wouldn't be enough for Rebecca to let this whole thing slide.
So, this Lloyd is a friend of yours who was at the party.
Yeah, we go way back in the police academy. Though you wouldn't have met him. See, he mostly deals with teenagers and gets into a lot of messy stuff and...
Cut the shite. You're not a very good storyteller, Ash. Don't try to make up a character just so that you can lie to me.
Hello, Bartsy. It's going great. I had a lovely time today. Lovely time on Twitter. Lovely time on Twitter. No, but I actually had a really good day. And after stream yesterday was really good, really fun. I got some chores done today. One thing I'm gonna have to do on one of the breaks is we ordered a shit ton of groceries, but we didn't have time to wipe any of them down. So I'm gonna have to do that on break or something because I didn't have enough time before stream to do it. Because I was like vacuuming and cleaning the litter boxes and basically doing all the chores that were not necessary to do immediately. I don't know why I put off doing the groceries, but I've been good. I've been good. I hope you're doing good. You'd think Ash would be a better liar given his job. Although I'm not making those people up, only twisting the facts. For someone who's already angry beyond reason, everything will sound like an excuse.
I'm not making stuff up. I did have a college mate named Lloyd. I think you would have liked him. You're both Scottish. He used to hang out a lot with Joey and Rashid, but they went off to work in London. Bunch of good guys. I should really ask if they're swinging by Lux anytime soon.
That doesn't make things any better.
You could have still lied, Ashton. Why'd you have to admit it?
You were there because I invited you. And you just up and turned your nose from me. You might as well have disappeared completely for all you cared. Just say you don't want to talk about it instead of lying to my face.
I do feel guilty, still. We've already been down this road. This is something I've done so repeatedly in the past. Something she's heard from me more times than all of my fingers could count. Something I'll just have to get over with at this moment.
I'm sorry, you know that, Becca. I really, really am. I wouldn't do this shit if I didn't have a good reason to.
And you know that I don't like you lying to me! If you can't tell the truth, just don't say anything and shut your gob! I swear, Ashton Frey, you are just so dense!
For someone who we literally didn't even go that far down in our affection, she's really fucking pissed. I'm kind of confused.
I'm so angry. I can't even bear to look at you right now because I swear I'll knock you right off your block.
I really wish I could tell you.
What was that saying Isabella mentioned before? A liar is a brother of a thief? What? People who look at me now will probably say I'm a hair's breadth away from being a criminal. Z-Man said something like that once, a few years into our friendship. I laughed it off back then, but now? They're probably right! Little by little, I'm becoming the very kind of person I hate. Wait a minute, how is lying and making up a story any different than, like, anything else he's lied about? I'm so confused. Why does... whatever. Sure. Why not? The silence afterwards brings an even heavier air between us. Something that Rebecca thankfully doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
Well, she's weirdly calm. The situation is already awkward as it is, and dragging this out will only make it more... what?
Please don't tell me something happened again.
I don't
No,
know.
nothing. None so far.
That's literally what we heard last time.
And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
It's literally the same thing.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
I'm so confused. So, like, that first part of dialogue sounded exactly the same, but I guess maybe this is because we were a dick to her or something, that he's, like, talking about her and how, like, he hurt her. I don't understand why this is here. Yeah, no, this is the same. This is the same.
Let me look at this first, okay?
It's the
I
same.
already told you everything.
There must be something we're not... You're
It's
making
the
people...
same.
So
Depends on who you're asking. How are things with you?
good, I get. Admittedly,
I'm not asking about... Remember the letter thing is... I'm asking about...
It's the same.
well,
It's
the
the same.
dreams. There's a woman now. I don't know if it's any.
It's literally
Roses,
the same.
Wait. I thought.
I still... Whatever the...
It's
Have you
literally the same, but it won't let me skip.
I haven't, actually. Mama,
Yeah, it's literally the same.
We'll find a way.
Oh,
This
God.
appears to be more complicated than I initially thought, but there has to be some way.
It wouldn't be so bad if I could hit the skip button without it fading to black and it just skips to the next line of text. But it doesn't, and so, like, I risk missing stuff that's new. But this is literally all old.
On top of that, I wouldn't put it past... But that's why I want... It's my job...
then
And even if it is connected in any way, you Becca too, I'm sure. She worries most out of it.
It's
So
the
whatever shit you
same.
found yourself in, just
Let me actually write that down. Oh, finally it skipped. Let me open up my WordPad and write that down, because that's kind of annoying. I don't know if that's a coding error or if they literally changed up some lines to claim that they're new lines. Okay. Okay. On a second playthrough, skipping should skip past any text we've already seen. However, I don't know if it's a bug or intentional, but sometimes you're forced to sit through the same fucking text you've already read because one line in the whole scene is different, so it just assumes the whole scene is new rather than the couple lines that are different. This is also likely how... Hello there, TTV! Oh my god, that ghost is amazing! Oh, that is so cute. Oh, I love that. Oh my god, that's the cutest ghost emote I've seen. That's adorable. Oh my god. The other two are great too, but that ghost is the best. If Ghost Toast Oh, I spelled that wrong. Ghost Toast were animated, I would want it to look exactly like that. I love Ghost Toast. For those of you on Twitch, you're just gonna have to take my word for it that Ghost Toast is an amazing emote. I love that. Where was I? This is also, yeah, okay, this is also likely how they... You look cold. Well, I got out of the shower like an hour or two before I went live, so that might be why I look cold. Unless you're making a joke about my lips. This is also likely how they get away with claiming that the game has 700,000 plus words in it by claiming the new scenes are wholly new, when in reality it's just a line or two that are different. Not to mention the skip mechanic fades to black, meaning that if you are reading new lines or even old lines, it takes longer to get to the next one. And you never know when the fake new scene ends to continue speeding through to the next actual new scene. Okay, there we go. I plan on doing like a whole review of this. Oh, UTV, don't be careful there. Be careful there. You don't want to get timed out now. There's some delay on theta, so I'll give you that. But once that delay catches up, I better not see emote spam. What is that? A bird? Pixie Kitty duck dance. Okay, that is a cute emote. I'm not gonna lie, but you know how I feel about the emote spam. Save here. I think we just stay busy.
Just stay busy and you'll be okay.
Wow, that was a dick thing to say. At least, that was what I told myself ever since Mom and Dad called it off years ago. Retreat, find something else to focus on. Turn that little bundle of anger, frustration, and guilt to something productive. Clean, efficient, I'm not harming anyone. It worked for a time. So long as my grades never dipped below what people expected of me, they left me alone. I've learned spam is good on theta. Well, okay, so the reason why, most theta streamers allow spam is because one of the metrics for being affiliate or partner is how much people are actively chatting. Now, I spam in channels that allow it just to help their analytics, but I don't like spam that has no reason to be there. Like sometimes I like some emote spam, I like some spam, and that's why my rules say that there's no spam allowed unless it's asked for by me or a mod. But the reason why I don't like spam, other than it's annoying, is that especially with data chat and the way that it works, especially since BridgeBot is kind of buggy, is I don't know if somebody's burying somebody else's message. I don't know if somebody's trying to talk in between all that spam, because what's going to happen is if somebody's just spamming constantly, I'm just going to stop paying attention to theta chat, and then I'm probably going to miss messages. Now, if people want to use emotes like repeatedly, but for a reason, that's another thing altogether. There are some people who will like communicate in chat with emotes, and that's fine. But just spamming the same emotes over and over and over again it's literally just spam. Like, it's not in reference to what I'm saying or what I'm playing or what other people are saying. It's just spam. I got the message loud and clear, no problem. My reason was I understand, but it's in my rules that spam is not allowed unless asked for by me or a mod. And I really wish more people would you know, read that stuff first, because if you really want to help my analytics, then like just chat actively. Or hell, if you're gonna spam emotes, make them different emotes. Show me your different emotes, but walls of emote spam or the same emotes over and over, or spamming so fast that I can't even tell if people are trying to talk in between your spam isn't actually helpful. Also, hello there, Jaden. You have a different frame of reference. I'm new in your world. I haven't seen the rules. Well, that's why the rules are in the panels. It's your choice whether or not you read the rules. I can't force you to read the rules. So that's why I gave you the warning. And now you've gotten the warning. So I prefer to talk instead of spam. Feel free to. Like I said, I mean, if people really want to help someone's analytics, there are ways to spam, quotations there just in case you couldn't see them, that don't involve just spamming emotes. Like, one thing I do in Tomasina's stream a lot is I play word games with other people in chat, where at least then the spam are different messages and they actually have a goal in mind because it's a game. Sometimes we'll just like start random conversations even if nothing's happening on the actual stream, or if like the streamer's on BRB. Like there are ways to like boost a streamer's analytics artificially without emote spam. And like a lot of people don't understand that, and like I get it, because emote spam is the easiest and like I guess funnest way to boost a streamer's analytics. But I mean, at the end of the day, I prefer if people were just chatting. Been on Theta TV for about a month. Yeah, Theta's definitely, it's nice that they've tried something different with how they get people to partner, because I'm not against people who lurk in streams, but lurkers are inherently quote unquote bad for the algorithm because, you know, they're not chatting. And chatting is one of the things that Theta considers necessary to be a good streamer. I was surprised that they wanted spam. Yeah, that's the reason why people will ask for spam, is because it boosts their chat analytics, and the chat analytics is the hardest one to get. Like stream time, that's easy to get. You just have to stream like a lot. Engagement is a little difficult because, you know, you have to get people, you know, joining your giveaways, joining your raffles. But chat engagement specifically is it's just hard because a lot of people don't chat, and there's nothing wrong with not chatting, but it is one of the things that Theta considers. Hello there, Mudine. If I said that wrong, I apologize. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's exciting in here. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Those are all my emotes you like. Yeah, a lot of those emotes were good. Sorry, I was kind of like going into the spiel with TTV explaining how that all works. I mean, there are other streamers who don't like spam. There may even be some who don't like it but allow it specifically on Theta. But I promise you I'm not the only one that doesn't like emote spam. I know there's not like an insane amount of streamers on Theta for obvious reasons. But I promise you I'm not the only one. I think you're right on target with your approach. I mean, I know it's hurting me in my analytics by telling people not to spam, but I just know that if I just allow spam, with how often I've seen people spam emotes, I'm never going to be able to interact with my Theta chat or even my Twitch chat. Because when BridgeBot is functioning, every time you guys post an emote spam message, it doesn't show an emote in BridgeBot. It shows bracket theta.tv colon whoever the username is, close bracket, and then colon the emote name colon. And if you do like a wall of emotes, then BridgeBot is gonna do, you know, the whole thing as like text written out and not as an emote, because it's not an emote over here. So it just ain't it. It's just not it. I saw a streamer who got rejected for partner today, and the letter cited the quality of content. Oh no! What kind of, what, I mean, you don't have to tell me which streamer, but what was wrong with their content? Quickly, you are so kind to take the, well, I mean, it'd be kind of dickish of me to be like, fuck you, you're banned. You don't know what you're talking about, because Theta is very different compared to like, you know, Twitch and YouTube are the two big ones I can think of when it comes to like streamer etiquette. Want to hear the story why I joined the app Theta? Sure, Jaden. Your channel is the first one I've been in where there is BridgeBot. I think a lot of people took BridgeBot off because BridgeBot was kind of broken for like a long time. Like I'm talking like 2-3 months. And I think they just recently fixed it because it seems pretty consistent in sending messages in between Twitch and Theta. But BridgeBot works on, I think, like 7 different platforms. And not every streamer dual streams. Like partnered Twitch streamers, I don't think partnered anyone who's partnered can dual stream because it's in the terms of service. Technically, as a Twitch affiliate, I'm not supposed to be dual streaming to Theta. But Twitch kind of doesn't care because most of the affiliates who are dual streaming to Theta are small potatoes, as they were. So, I mean, I might get in trouble for it one day, but they don't really care. I heard I had free G Fuel, so I joined, but now I really just want to become a part of this other streamers community. I mean, you can do both. I still haven't tried G Fuel. I got a tub of G Fuel from Tomasina once, but instead of using it, I ended up giving it away on my stream. But I think I won the tub before I was a streamer, so I don't feel as bad that I won it. But I mean, you could easily do both. The more, hey, think about it this way: the more communities you're in, the more G Fuel you can win. So I don't mean to monopolize your time. Please go back to what you were doing before I showed up and engaged in. I mean, hey, that's what streaming is at the end of the day, right? Like that's kind of part of the reason why I don't like super big streamers, like the ones who have like hundreds of people in chat, because first of all, you can barely read chat, it's going so fast. But second of all, it's like impossible to get a streamer to read what you're saying, and like if you have a question or something's happening, it's hard to like get any of that across, which is why I'm not like too stressed about my analytics on Theta. Like I want people to chat, obviously, but I'm not. Maybe one day I'll do like a spamathon where I'm like, all right guys, let's fucking boost these analytics and have people, I don't know, guess the number between like 1 and 10,000 or something for a Poro or G Fuel. I don't know, maybe that could be fun. Which Poro raffle this Saturday. Get ready for that. Yeah, I don't mind stopping to explain something. Like, had this been like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a game that's like action-y. I don't know, a game where I can't pause, I might have been like, hey, I am busy. But I still would have taken at some point time to actually talk about stuff, so. I've never had G Fuel, but I heard that it's a little bit grainy, so I don't know. Like if I get the opportunity to try it, I definitely will, but I'm not too worried about it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the tea on Theta metrics. This is one of the few actual discussions I've had with anyone on the streams. It's refreshing. Oh, well, good to hear. I don't know too much about the Theta scene. I follow like a few people, like 4 or 5. I'm really bad at finding new streams, like, anywhere. Most of the streams that I find that are new are from, like, raids. But, yeah, some streamers are more, and this isn't a bad thing, they're more focused on, like, the game, where they're like, hey, I'm doing this, and you can watch me do this, you guys can entertain yourselves. And then some streamers they just don't have much to say, and that's fine. I mean, there are streamers who can't stop talking, streamers who don't talk at all, streamers who kind of let their mods handle chat. Everyone's a little bit different. I don't know anything about G Fuel. It's some kind of energy drink that apparently like tastes really good, but I've been told it's kind of grainy, so I'm kind of I don't know. But we just told this girl to just stay busy after she just told us her dad died, so we're kind of assholes, and I'm kind of living for it. I'm surprised we have such a good relationship with everybody. Like, I know we're kind of getting down there with Isabella, but I feel like for how much of a dick we've been, these bars should be much lower. The reason I'm here is to learn about the whole world of gaming and streaming. I don't know nothing about the world of gaming and streaming, but I do be doing those two things from time to time. All I know is if you're a straight white guy and you don't have a camera, you're probably gonna do fine. You're probably gonna do fine. Though perhaps it's not for everyone, least of all her. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have told her that. I recognize my mistake the second I look up from my work after a long bout of silence from her. Oh, she's pissed. The expression on her face? It's nothing short of anguish. She grips the folder between her hands and she glares at me with an intensity that might burn. I've said something unforgivable. To her, asking for her to bury all of it carries a different meaning. To her, forgetting means a denial.
What do you think I'm doing? Do you really think it's that easy?
Well, I mean, I can do it. Why can't you?
Isabella, all I'm trying to say is that you should concentrate on other things right now.
And I'm not? I'm doing my best, all right? I know I got us into this mess. And now after everything, despite everything, he's gone.
And this is why you should follow your dreams. If she had just stuck with painting, she would have never gotten everybody into this mess.
I didn't even get to talk to him before the last time we spoke, he was begging for me to go home. He didn't even want me to leave in the first place. Now look where that got us. Look where I got us.
Yeah.
Belle, this whole thing has got nothing to do with what happened to your dad. It was unfortunate, but...
Ashton, just please stop. I don't want to hear it anymore. Shut it, please.
Pathetic! I can't even do this right! Another awkward silence falls over the room until all becomes unbearable, and half a heartbeat later, all I can do is step away from it. Hide, like I often do with all my mistakes. Hastily, I gather everything. The personnel files, client documents, sales agreements, and contracts. Anything my hands could reach. In record time, all of it's been stacked in a neat pile, ready for storage. I'm heading for the records room not a few seconds later. Wherever that is. Okay, I think we can skip. Never mind. It's the same scene, but we still gotta read it. Oh boy. Should be an easy find, unless this place is a maze of some sorts, which I highly doubt. Still beats staying here and seeing the hurt on her face. Especially when I know that I'm now part of the reason why it's there.
Belle, I'm sorry. That was insensitive of me.
I don't wait for her answer, because honestly, I'm more afraid of it. What? Afraid of it'll be? Afraid of it. I'm more afraid of what it will be, maybe? Is that what that's trying to say? That relates to the associated theta token and theta fuel crypto. Oh, T-Fuel. I don't think theta tokens are a thing anymore, unless you're talking about, like, the coins that you can spend on, like, predictions. God, I forget how it works, but, like, the way the cryptocurrency works is that the more people in your area that are watching a stream, it has to do with the amount of, like, bandwidth that is being used. Like an efficiency thing. Yeah, I had to look it up because I didn't want to, like, start streaming on Theta before I really knew what the cryptocurrency was without it being, like, a problem. For the record, those cryptos have enormous potential for explosive growth. Yeah, that's the one. I mean, technically, all currency has the potential to fluctuate in its worth. But at the start of the shutdown this year, T fuel went really far down in price, and everyone was kind of worried. But it went back up to around where it started before the shutdown in like May or June. I don't remember. I fully understand the crypto site. Got it. It has the potential to make people well off financially. I mean, yeah, but so does pretty much everything. I've had a few people, they tell me, they're like, oh, well, you know, streaming's never gonna make you rich. And it's like, I'm not trying to get rich. Like, I'm trying to do the math. I know one streamer who gets like 80 to like 120 subs a month, depending on like the season. So, and we're talking about on Twitch. So let's just round that out to 100. So 100 people sub to a month. You get a cut of that, which is $2.50, make it $2.40 if you account for tax. So it's $2.40 from 100 people a month. Why am I in images? That's $240 a month. That doesn't pay my rent, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close to paying my rent, you know? And like people are like, that's 100 people. That is a lot of people. And I know it's a lot of people. And I know I'm probably not gonna get to that. But for me, like, as cool as it would be for streaming to be a career, it's never been the goal. And back when I did stream full-time, like, I mean, I technically stream full-time now, it's just, late night, which is terrible for my metrics. Like, even when I full-time streamed back, like, in the summer and the spring, like, I wasn't raking in, like, hundreds of dollars a month, but it was better than being unemployed. It feels like likely to go to $1. I'm still not gonna hoard my T fuel just because the only way currency actually gains like value is if you are like using it, which is why rich people are bad for the economy, by the way. So I need to actually get up at a decent time and spend some of this T fuel because I have almost 2,000, which is way too much fucking T fuel to have burning a hole in my pocket. So. Do they think that Theta is going to be worth $10 to $20 each within a year? Maybe. I don't really know. I mean, given everything that's going on in the not the real world, but like offline, I suppose. But who knows? Who knows? I've stepped on something she values more than anything in this world. Yeah, you kind of told her that you didn't really care that her dad died. Like this, it's easy to see why she's gone to such great lengths for her father, why she abandoned her dreams, why she went against his wishes just to grant him another chance at life. This is how she loves. Warm. I think we've literally already read this. Never mind. It's literally the same text. What right do I have to question that? To tell her to let go, when it's the one thing she has so openly given the people around her all these years? Bro, I don't know. The one thing that I will always, always have no reason to doubt. It's literally the same line. We've already read these. These are the same lines. It's the same lines. Okay. I was like, come on now. Same lines. Yeah, no, we've read this too. I'm confused as why it skipped to here. Yeah, that was odd. Save and say we're not hungry.
Thanks, but I just don't really have the appetite right now. Maybe later.
Yeah, we're just a massive asshole to this poor woman. Briefly, she appears about to argue, her lips parting for a moment, followed by her shoulders tensing. Although, just as quickly as the expression flashes across her features, it disappears. She closes her mouth, and with a reluctant shift in her seat, she returns to her food. Almost gone now, while the air around us changes to something filled to the brim with unspoken tension. Isabella doesn't look displeased, but disappointment clearly radiates from her posture. Thankfully, it doesn't last too long. Before regret forces an apology up my throat, a knock shatters through the tense air, and just as fast, both our attentions shift towards the source. Rather than let things get any more awkward fast, I stand up and open the door while muttering some flimsy excuse in the process.
I'll get that. It's probably Zach or Rebecca.
How is that an excuse? That's like literally the honest to God truth. Saved by the bell. Within 4 to 5 years, the Theta token may actually become worth $1,000 each and higher. Are we talking about like T-Fuel? Because I think like Theta coins or Theta tokens or whatever aren't a thing anymore. You know it costs 65 cents. The last thing I'll say about this tonight is this. Let's see it. Let's see it. Teach me about the Theta T-Fuel economy. I have not been paying attention to the value of T-Fuel, and I should be. But I haven't. Well, because I'm not an affiliate yet, so like what's the point? I can't. It's not like I can cash it out. The only thing I can do with it is spend it. You know what? How are we? I don't know how many opportunities left we have to piss people off, but we're really too high up with Zachary and Rebecca, and I don't know why. It makes it hard to be a dick sometimes. Unrelated frustrations aside, once I fling the door open, a whole chunk of the stone that's been stuck at the pit of my stomach simultaneously unseats itself. Theta token is a big thing in crypto. It could be like buying Bitcoin in 2011 when it was under $1. I'm still not gonna hoard my T-Fuel just because, like I said, you can't even cash out T-Fuel until you're affiliate, but it be what it be. I remember all the bots on Tumblr a few years back where people would be asking for money and they'd like loan you a fraction of a Bitcoin, and it's like, I don't think so. They're like, it's worth a lot of money. It's my fraction of a Bitcoin. And it's like, who's gonna fall for this? Who's gonna fall for this? Not me. Okay, I'm 100% sure we've already read through this. Okay. Save. Yes! Pissing people off. That's the spirit. Specifically the elephant in this room, and it's a damn big elephant considering the possible outcome Zach's cute little plan might have resulted in. I might as well have let off some steam first before we got to the heart of things.
Zach, we agreed you won't do anything stupid.
Really, Ashton? That's what you're gonna greet me with? No, what's up, Z-Man? I just biked through almost half of this city to get here. I could use some friendly greetings right now. An explanation would be good too if you can. You weren't very clear over the phone.
Man, when you're an asshole to everybody, like, it's tense.
And I made no such promises.
You said you're not going to do anything reckless. Your words, not mine. What you did is the exact opposite. And that's not the only problem here. Those people can easily sue you for breaking and entering. And believe me, I won't be able to do anything if they do. Did that cross your mind? The whole 46-acre lot is a private property. Why were you even there?
I know, Ash. But the people in there might be in danger.
Boring myself. Your stuff is much more interesting to listen to. Don't think of it that way. See, like when you're talking about something where you know what you're talking about, it's always gonna sound boring. Which is why people talk to other people, because they want different like opinions and like insights and perspectives. That was the main word I was looking for. I was like insight, perspective. But that's why you're boring yourself, because you already know. It'd be like if I went on a rant about, like, what is something I know about? What's something I know a lot about? Who am I asking? Why am I turning like I'm talking to somebody? There's nobody over here. I don't even have a cat in the room. I don't know what I know a lot about. Shit. Fuck. I don't know. I probably know a lot about something. You get what I mean. You get what I mean.
Besides, I was looking for you. Didn't I tell you that?
No, you weren't looking for me.
Why would I even go there?
Well, you mentioned a plan with Isabella here. I assume that's where you guys went, since that's where she found the letter.
It is a good assumption, but it's really dumb that they don't tell Zachary that they're going to the BRC office. But I get it. They probably had to make it that way to give Zachary, like, something to do on his own that would be stupid, so that you could get potential bad ends with him. Everyone knows a lot about something. Yeah, I probably know something about something. I just can't think of anything right now, regardless of what the something is. Yeah, y'all, everybody knows that one motherfucker who knows way too fucking much, like, fucking trivia about, like, something vague. And it's like, listen, did you just spend way too long on a Wikipedia one night, or are you just really good at Trivial Pursuit? That's why, fucking, sometimes when you play, Jackbox games, like the ones with trivia, like, Trivia Murder Party, sometimes those ones get really fucking annoying, because there's always someone there who knows the weirdest fucking shit. Like, they ask a question that has nothing to do with, like, pop culture or history, and it's just some weird, obscure thing, and somebody knows it. It's awful. I hate it.
Sorry. I was really at a dead end.
Oh, it was a dead end, alright. Hannah's super fucking dead. The logic in it stuns me into silence, to say the least. Then, I remember his hesitance, the tone he's taken before agreeing to go here, and all at once my anger wanes. Partly this is my fault for keeping things vague. Yeah, it's 100% his fault. It happens! Like, I love Jackbox, but there's always somebody there who knows too fucking much. Still.
You could have called me.
I did.
Yeah, he called. Okay, skip. That's what I thought. We're gonna save, and I think the bitchy thing to do is to say, please don't tell me.
Please tell me you did not just do something dangerous today.
Yes! Before that frown even completely forms in her face, I already know that somehow this whole questioning has started off on the wrong foot. So what is this game called? This is The Letter. It's not an official game category on Theta. I don't know how to even request it. But, it's on Steam. It could be in other places too. It's like $20. I like it. I definitely don't think I paid $20 for it. I probably got it gifted to me or in a sale or something. Are you choosing the text to post, or are you writing it? So when, hold on, let me save, like, we're gonna save, you know, let's save on this page. Like, let's say for, like, right here. So, when I'm making a decision, it'll have text, like, in the middle of the screen for me to pick. But most of the time it's literally just reading and reading and more reading and reading and reading and reading and reading. And I've already beaten the game, but I'm replaying it now to try and get a bad, like, not a bad ending, but I want to see what happens if you try and be an asshole to everybody, basically. And so that's what I've been doing here, for this run, which is why everybody's pissed off all the time. My black light to my left is way too close to my knee, and it's making my leg hot. But there's actually way more decision making in this visual novel than most other ones that I've personally played. And there is some, like, really decent branching paths, but the skip mechanic, which is supposed to skip things I've already seen in other playthroughs, doesn't seem to work all the time, where it'll just make me go through the same scene I've already gone through, which is why tonight you guys will see me saying, oh, I've already seen this, and spamming tab or skip or whatever. Because I'm just looking for the new content, basically. I want to see what happens when everyone's mad at each other, instead of when I'm trying really hard to make everybody friends. Because on my first playthrough, instead of just playing how I wanted to, knowing how choice-based affinity system games work, generally, when everybody is friends with each other, you get a better ending. So I tried really hard to make everyone really good friends with each other, and there were only a couple of times where I just did what I wanted anyway, regardless of the outcome. as a viewer, it's like watching a soap opera, which is cool because I like those. If you like soap operas, you will love this game because it is just drama city, no matter what you choose. Everybody has a tragic backstory. Everything is overly dramatic. Nobody's really good friends with each other, and the people who want to get involved with each other romantically probably shouldn't. So, if you like the drama, this game's definitely for you. I can't recommend any other visual novels because the other visual novels I've played are either dating sims, which not everybody's into, or they're long, very long. I'd say Cat to a Shoujo is like a really good dating sim that doesn't make you feel like you're playing a dating sim. Sort of like in real life, yeah, not wrong. But some of the drama in this game is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
What are you implying?
That you're running blindly into things? This is what I warned Isabella about the other day. Now you're doing the exact same thing.
Everybody's pissed, but you are pulling everyone's strings. Well, not exactly. So some choices that you make, like yes, they are my choice. But at the end of the day, it's all based on things that the characters would actually say. And there are things that characters will say and do to each other that you don't have any choice on. And everybody's still a terrible person. So I think that the whole, oh, well, you're making them be bad. While that is true, they're plenty bad. Even when I did the run where I tried to make everybody good friends, everybody was still really terrible to each other. And then the whole entire point of like being able to choose what characters say, it's not necessarily making them say something. It's more like, here are some things that this person would say. Which of the options would you like them to do? And that's why visual novels are, you know, they're either really good or they're really bad, because if you just put like random responses and random actions, sometimes you get characters who are like out of context, and characters who sometimes don't really actually have a personality. Like Rebecca's a character who doesn't really have any personality outside of being obsessed with Ashton and hating Isabella. And there are a few things you can do to like make her say and do things differently. But at the end of the day, she's just a terrible person no matter what you try and make her do and say. And it's really awkward when she's clearly an awful person, but you try and have her be nice. Like, there are times where I try and have her be nice to Isabella in, like, my first run, and she was still just an absolute bitch. It's like, well, I did my best. But some visual novels aren't really good at giving you those, like, options, and the choices really don't actually matter. This is a visual novel where your choices do matter to some degree, even if it only changes a line or two of dialogue, which is nice.
I know what I'm getting into, Ashton. Besides, it was just a trip to the library.
I actually didn't see that movie. I'm not really a moviegoer. I don't think I've actually watched a movie since, like... Okay. It actually hasn't been that long. My friend dragged me to watch Black Panther in theaters when that came out. What was that? A year ago? 2 years ago now? Yeah, that was like early 2019, right? Or was it early 2018? I don't actually remember. Love the concept. Yeah, visual novels are great. A lot of people knock them as not being real games because there's no gameplay. But I mean, I don't care. It's an experience. It's an interactive narrative experience. I mean, at the end of the day, it's semantics, but I enjoy my time with them. You can't get the same thing out of a regular book, you know? It's just not possible. But I think the story that they have here would be fine as just a regular book, but it's nice seeing the different things. It's the biggest game of all. Life. Now, that's just... I don't know. I definitely think that the people who made this game would be great at making, like, a non-horror like visual novel, whether it's like romantic or not, because one thing they really like are good with in this game is making me believe that the characters feel the things they say they're feeling, which not a lot of stories can do, regardless if it's a visual novel or not. But this game in particular, when a character has a feeling, I believe they're feeling that thing. I don't necessarily care, but I believe them.
That arm injury and the limp tell a completely different story.
Oh yeah, that's right. She got completely fucked up at the library.
She caught me off guard. What? Did you think I went looking for her with a book in hand? I'm not stupid, Ash.
As a non-movie person who watched Black Panther, you owe it to yourself to take. To take what?
And what do you want me to do? Stand here? Just let that bloody ghost do whatever she wants to us?
Big? One day, maybe.
No, I want you to be careful.
If it's on Netflix, maybe, but I'm poor and I don't have all the fun streaming services.
We don't know what we're dealing with here yet. I've yet to figure everything out, so...
You're not the only one who can do things here, Ash. Quit playing the damn hero, you're not.
The tension.
You should be thankful someone's even trying to help. You're lucky no one has died yet, after it apparently took you this long to come around. You're the one who kept brushing all of this off. In fact, you're the one who dismissed Isabella first.
The last one feels like a slap in the face, really. Rebecca has a knack for being brutally honest with her opinions. We've often clashed at times, yet I still respect her for it. Her opinion is as valuable as every other person I've let into my life, and this time, she's right. I've made a huge mistake.
Becca, that's enough. Please. It's not his fault. Not anyone's.
I can't wait for these two to go at it in the fucking bar.
We're all here now. Everyone's safe. Alive. There's other stuff we should be focusing on. So please, just stop. Both of you.
But damn it, I'm trying!
And you didn't? Back at the movie house, you were agreeing with me.
Guys, chill. You heard Isabella. No blaming anymore. It's all in the past.
Oh no, not a comedy. I'm really picky about comedies. Like, I can count the amount of comedy movies I've watched that I enjoyed on my left hand. I'm open to them, but on my left hand. And then my reference when he talks about the interactive comic book. On my left hand. I'm not saying I won't watch it, but on my left hand.
Just let this go. We have more important matters to deal with, yeah?
I mean, do we really have
She
more
still should have
matters?
ran. That woman's not something you can hit with a book.
Believe me, Ashton, I did.
Guaranteed.
Then a bloody cart came out of nowhere. Do you have any idea how painful being hit with one is?
Interesting that Becca's acting this way in this version of events, because in the other version where everyone's like happy with each other, she's like, I'm fine, but now she's like, I'm in so much pain.
But you know what? If it weren't for a damn book, you wouldn't be yelling at me right now. I would be dead.
I mean, not necessarily. Now that we know how she can get her bad ending from there, I definitely 100% think that the book is not what saved her.
But no more
Okay.
fighting, okay? If one of you starts another round of it, I'm going to drag the two of you out by your ears.
Okay, we're gonna save really fast. I just need to use the bathroom really quickly. So it's not gonna be like a full break, but thank you to, I don't know if I already thanked you, but Jaden and Hassan for the follows tonight. I don't know if I missed them. Did I miss them? I don't know. But I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna put the BRB screen up. Just entertain yourselves. You know what? If you wanna do some emote spam while I'm gone, do some emote spam while I'm gone. How about that? I feel like that's fair. Let me just time out BridgeBot for a second so it doesn't spam the Twitch chat. Go wild. Go wild. Alright, I am back. I remembered that I actually had to take Parsnip out of my mom's room. Then I accidentally woke my mom up and I had to get her some water. Parsnip didn't finish her cat food, wet food, whatever. Oh, hold on. I know it looks cute with my hair in front of my headphones, but it's still kind of damp, so it needs to go behind. Look how bald I look when I do these nighttime streams. Stretch. Oh, that's not my drink. I should have grabbed another drink, but I'll be fine. Yes, your Italian word for the day is tazza, which means cup, in case that guide wasn't helpful. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am. Fantastic. So, we're being shitty friends. I'm surprised at how long Ashton's route actually takes. I'm like remembering, and it feels pretty lengthy. Okay.
Maybe there's more than one of it.
Why would there be more than one? Oh, maybe he needs papers.
Even my friend, the priest from the cathedral, he's been acting strangely. There might be more than one of that paper going around that we don't know about. More to this. I mean, look at all this stuff Rebecca brought with her. Apparently our teachers have been lying to us all these years. So who knows?
Well, the teachers haven't been lying. They probably also didn't know this information. Thanks to those, we're also missing a lot of things here. Wait, thanks to what? Revising what's written seems useless endeavor on your own when you have nothing. Oh, this is a line we've already read. It's about how the papers, like history, decided to bury everything that happened about the Ermengarde mansion. I'll have to go with this mansion, the letter, and all the stuff selfish people have been keeping from the public. But what else? Somehow, even with all this information in hand, it still feels like there's something we're overlooking. At present, everything seems to point to where this all started. We've already read this. Save. Tell him he's getting in the way. This will only end. There's only two ways this will end. I agree with him and take him with me, or I agree with him and drop the idea altogether. Neither appeals more than the other, especially when we're all desperate for answers. So, a lie. To keep the few people I have left out of harm's way.
You'll only get in the way.
Understandably, his expression swiftly changes from worry to indignation. Perhaps he's even livid. What I'm not expecting is for him to suddenly grab me by the collar and hoist me from my seat. Sometimes I forget Zach's capable of violence just as any other man, but I hold my ground, remain firm in my decision. That was very sad. Oh my god, I just realized that it's the same girl who died in your episode I watched this morning. Yes! Yes. So, what I've been doing for this run is I've been checking to see the different endings where people die. Or bad ends, as people affectionately call them. And that was Rebecca. I just wanted to see what the death was like so that we could unlock the memory fragment you get for all the bad ends. And then we reloaded this save here and picked the correct option and moved on with the game like normal. So, as much as I hate Rebecca, I want as many people to survive to the end as possible. Unfortunately, we got Hannah killed off, so we're not gonna know what that's like, but I'll see what that's like on like another run-off stream or something. This is no longer up for discussion.
I dare you to say that again, Ash. Say it again. Say it to my face.
Do I look like I'm kidding? I'm not going in there for a stroll, Zach. And if what you heard is true, then it's just another reason for me to look into it and for you to stay here. I can't take you with me just because you asked. That isn't how this works.
How does it go then? How is this any different from what you've been telling us not to do?
You didn't listen to me when I explicitly, very explicitly, told you not to do anything stupid. How can you expect that I'll trust you with this when you couldn't even follow a simple instruction like that?
Stop it with your bullshit, Ashton. I know this ain't just about that. You trusted me with even more confidential stuff before. More than you did with Rebecca. What makes this any different now, huh? Is accepting other people's help that difficult for you?
It's not your help that I need right now, Zach. It's
knowing that you're safe. That you're all safe. Away from whatever risk I'm about to jump into. Sadly, the whole of it never makes it out. G chooses the next moment to show up, slamming the flat of his palm on the counter and shooting us both a stern look. Although his tone's nothing short of jovial, the disapproval's clear.
Boys, drummer's nice and all. I used to watch these bloody god-awful afternoon serials with one of my brothers many, many years ago. But listen, I am not having one in my pub, all right? You two want to fight? Go out.
Zach's hold on me loosens and acquiesce. And like every little truth I hold. What? That's not a sentence. Ugh. Whatever's what? Wow. Whoever wrote what the fuck is this sentence? I need to screenshot it. He's talking about the soaps. He is. He's like, look. This is every dream come true, but it's my bar, so I can't stand by it. I think it's a thing that people do in the UK. I'm not entirely sure. I only know a few people from the UK, and I don't really ask them about their like colloquialisms or however that's pronounced, because I don't know English. So maybe that's a weird thing to say. In the end, I'm just a coward who can never bring myself to be honest. Wow, I love the bastard run of this game because everyone's just like, I hate everything and I'm a terrible person. Soaps or cereals? Interesting! I never understood why we called them soap operas. Like, what about it has anything to do with soap? Yeah, I know about the cigarette thing. Most kids in America try and get away with the usage of the FAG word. I can't say it because I'm streaming and Twitch might get mad at me for saying it. But by saying, oh, we're just talking about cigarettes or sticks. Seen enough. The last thing I want him to glimpse is another display of weakness. These characters are so funny. Not when he still stares at me with the same unerring confidence in his eyes. Before anything can be said further, before more words are uttered, I step away from them. Mumbling a lame excuse about taking another quick nap under my breath, altogether bearing the straight thought that flashes fleetingly in my head. Zach has seen me at my lowest points plenty of times. Why does all of it matter now? Clearly we are simply comparing English to American English. I mean, yes, but I can still get in trouble for it. Like how black people can say the N-word, but you're still not allowed to say the N-word on stream. Twitch doesn't really care about context. I would love to say the N-word, but I can't. The sun hangs lower when I stumble back into consciousness and drag. Okay, I think we can actually skip here. Okay, fist fight. Now, this is, no matter what, I have to, somebody is gonna get affinity points here. I think we're gonna just side with Isabella though, because we have a lot of affinity with Rebecca and we need to change that.
You okay?
She didn't have to say that.
No, she really did not have to say that. Fuck! We went really high up with Isabella. Goddamn. A small frown returns to her face, although it lacks the same anger from before, the bitterness stays.
And you don't have to apologize for her. If she wants to say sorry, she has to do it herself.
A fucking men, Isabella. She has a point, though. Isabella freezes. In an instant, the pleasant air around us dissipates. She shifts her attention back to her hands again, both clenched so tightly that her knuckles visibly pale.
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need.
We will. I can't let you do that! Okay, now we have a chance to fuck up our affinity again. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So that's good.
I can't let you do that, Belle.
Oh wait, I wanted to go down in affinity. Not up.
Forget it, Belle. You're not going back to that mansion.
There we go.
But Ash, what about...
This isn't up for debate. Do you really think they'll just let you in?
Yes!
Do you really think they'll give a damn if you walk in there carrying that stupid letter of all things?
I am very interested to how this is all going to play out because Hannah is already dead. So... this is gonna be interesting. I didn't mean to kill Hannah. But this will be very interesting because it's gonna be drastically different.
No, but there has to be something we can tell them. Ash, they were with me during the open house. They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are. They're living in that place. That ghost woman came from there. Both her and the letter.
Yeah, I didn't mean to kill Hannah, but basically... by the time I realized that we were going down a route where she was gonna die, there was nothing I could do.
Something's in that house, Ash. And whatever it hides might be the only thing that'll get us out of this mess.
All right. Suppose you do find an answer there. What happens?
Yeah.
Let's say that by some dumb luck, you got inside and found something. What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do?
It's not like we have any other choice. Besides, I'm pretty sure you've already thought of the same thing. Admit it.
No.
That doesn't mean I'm going to let you run straight into trouble. What you're planning to do is risky for you. Give it up, Isabella.
We're all great friends here. Unexpectedly, Isabella merely clams up. No resistance, no further argument like I've come to expect from her. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin, till the air in the room grows awkward and suffocating. A standstill that gets us nowhere. Although, if there's one thing that our talk has wonderfully succeeded at, it's making me feel like a total asshole and a hypocrite. And I am, considering my plans tonight. Sure, I can tell her, but what good would it do? I've already told Zach. One person is enough. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. But someone has to be aware, at least of where I'm heading off to in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I've only intended to do a quick survey of the place. Which, by the way, guys, this is line for line the exact same thing he says the first time I play this game, so I don't know why the skip button is not working. Okay. I'm just gonna keep skipping until... Are they gonna be nice to each other now?
Belle, can we talk?
Are they actually gonna be nice to
Alone?
each other? Her interruption could not have come sooner, and I'm all the more glad for it. Wow, I don't think this happened on my route. Whatever kind of friendship I share with the two, this reminds me of this... Oh, no, this is the same thing that happened the last time. I just forgot about it. Yeah, okay. Okay, so Rebecca still confesses her feelings. We might have spent so many years alongside each other, how we practically grew up together, but that never automatically means I'll even hold her feelings that goes beyond the boundaries of friendship. I do appreciate her presence in my life. I'm more than glad she's stuck with me. This is the same.
Rebecca, I'm...
It's the same! Did they think people wouldn't notice this?
I'm really sorry, Becca.
Stark refusal.
I'm glad, I'm happy you feel that way, but I can't, I can't.
I guess he's just more adamant about it.
There's already someone that I'm in love with. Someone someone else.
Yikers, bro.
Becca, I know this.
It's all right, Ashton. You don't have to explain anything.
Yeah, but you should. I should.
Yeah.
I told you, no need. It's not like I didn't have an idea or anything.
I wonder if it is possible to get those two together. I don't want them to get together because I hate Rebecca and I think that she's creepy and obsessive, and I just don't think she deserves to be with anybody, to be quite honest. But I wonder if I had actually tried getting her affinity up with Ashton, that things would have been different.
When you think about it, it's really quite obvious. The way you've always looked at her said everything. Anyway, let's just end this conversation here, all right? I don't think it would do us both any good. This is going to get really awkward if we keep at it. When all has been said and done, at least I told you, right?
Yeah, I think because our relationship with her is so fucking bad that he's like, I don't want anything to do with that. Whereas I think when I went through it was basically the same conversation, except he was just a little bit nicer about it. But like, honestly, the lines are so fucking similar.
Maybe I can finally let this whole thing go. Thanks for hearing me out, though. I won't keep you long. I know you have things to do. Just promise me you won't do anything dumb, all right?
Nope, we're about to go do something dumb. Something irreparable! Okay, so this is different. Yep, this is basically where we're like, nah. I mean, in my ending, they ended up not staying friends anyway, but it looks like it's happening way faster.
Look, I know you'd rather see Luke Wright choke on his own wine glass, but...
Damn right I do! He can just go.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
Oh yeah, the wife's dead. I'm interested in how this is gonna work out. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't have to go with me, only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterwards, be done with the whole damn mansion and let her. The other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. I'll provide ample cover for her to be able to slip out of the property unnoticed. At the same time, she steels herself and squares her
Just
shoulders.
until the kitchens.
That's more than enough.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so everyone still comes to save Ashton. That's interesting. I honestly wasn't sure if they were just gonna leave us here for dead. There's a pained aspect to it I can hardly name. Did we confess yet? Regardless of what is... Wait a minute. I'm confused. Hold on, we're gonna look at the backlog really fast. Where is Johans? He's in here, right? Because in the original way that I played it, you have a different perspective since you've been through the script before. Well, I mean, yes, but what I'm upset about is the skip mechanic is supposed to skip things I've already seen, and sometimes it literally doesn't work, and then sometimes they change a word or two within the line, and they count that as a new scene, and it's really frustrating. Yeah, I feel bad that you're getting you're missing so much information here, but I'm so confused. So in my original run of the game, Johans asks us where... Yeah, tell me what you did with... What did you do with the madam? Why would he ask that if he already knows that Hannah is dead? I think this is a little bit of a plot hole, and I feel like with how much padding this game has, they should have rewritten this scene. But I guess they decided not to? Interesting. I'm finally enjoying it in your energy. Thank you. Wow, I'm honestly pretty shocked that they didn't change that scene at all. That's interesting. Is this... I'm pretty sure this is the part where we're, like, confessing our love to Isabella, and she rejects us. It's almost as if she's about to have a panic attack, and not that I won't be able to take it, or I'm expecting an answer from her. If anything, I think these past few days have proven how it might never work out between us. Though it's mostly my fault for saying all the wrong things when she doesn't need them. In the end, I just want her to know, that's all. But if knowing will also put a heavier burden on her, I'd rather not have said anything at all. As expected, soon, she hastily pulls her hand away from mine, and when she speaks, there's a stark refusal to meet my eyes. Not that I hold it against her. The situation's already awkward as it is.
Ash...
Belle, it's all right. You don't have to...
No, I'm really sorry, Ash. I can't do this kind of thing right now. I'm sorry. My family still needs me. My dad just died. And then there's still this curse going on.
I expected her to be angry with us.
I'm really sorry. I just don't think of you that way.
Interesting. So her response is still the same, but their actions are different.
Ow!
Are you... okay? Here, let me...
No, I'm fine. It's okay. It's all right. I can stand on my own.
This is weird. Brushing away the hand I've offered her, she proceeds to pick herself up from the floor, albeit shakily. Still, she refuses to meet my eye, and as soon as she can, removed herself from the attic without another word. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that was extra weird, given everything. Yeah.
Why are you doing this? Just please. Don't you love me?
Okay, so here's where things are a little bit different. Okay, so Hannah is dead. I don't know if we've made it through the maze yet, or if this is the maze now. I probably shouldn't be skipping, and I should probably just be using the enter key here. This beats the hell out of a bunch of people killing each other. I mean, I ain't got nothing against, like, your standard, like, horror game. Like stuff like Outlast, aside from the fact that jump scares are not scary. I hate them. But, this game has its own kind of, it can happen at any moment kind of horror, but it does it's very lackluster once you, like, deep dive into, like, the actual explanations for most of it. In that it doesn't make sense why the ghost girl does the things that she does. But this is the part that I'm interested in, because in my original version of this, Hannah was missing. She wasn't dead. So I'm confused as to why this scene, this like part of the game isn't more different. And we're just now seeing some divergences because of that.
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Okay, this is the same. Okay, we're in the maze now. Okay. Okay, so now we're in the maze. Hold on. I don't actually know what happens here if you...
Sorry about this. I really don't have time for you.
Oh, well, let's see if he actually manages to disarm Luke. I don't think twice. Within the span of a heartbeat, I'm moving and pulling on the trigger. 2 shots in quick succession echo across the whole foyer, and both hit their mark true. Wright recoils with a sharp cry of pain. His pistol falls useless to the floor with a loud clank, followed by the drops of blood from his bleeding wrist. Wow, you hit him in the wrist? What a good shot, Jesus.
Why, you insolent!
Well, that was easy. Oh, amazing. No, I'm surprised there wasn't much variation in the maze. I don't know. You'd think the end of the game would have the most variation, but I don't know. I mean, this isn't the end of the game because there's still one more chapter left, but still. He's down in 2 successive successive steps when I tackle him on the floor, pinning him hard with my right. Although before I can knock him out with a solid right hook, an agonized wail bursts through the tense air, loud enough to echo along the dark, empty halls of the mansion. Piercing enough for every occupant in the foyer to cover their ears and close their eyes. Then all at once there are images. Oh boy. Bearing down on me with the weight of its accompanying emotions, like they are my own. However, there's no time to make sense of all of it. Amidst the discord and the noises, something was passed by, too close, too swift. A brief, keen blur that barely registers in my eyes, like an arrow quickly finding its mark and heading straight
Isabella!
for... Time slows to a stop. In one moment of clarity, my body moves on its own, heart pounding hard against my ears, blood rushing through every vein. I'm so confused. Spurred only by adrenaline, in a desperate bid to reach her crouched, unsuspecting form, and I don't even get to yell for her a second time. I don't even get to call her name. Did we die? Oh, we died. Oops. An acute pain bursts through my chest in the next instant. All of a sudden, everything around me feels too sharp, every edge, every point. Even the act of drawing breath alone stings and burns my lungs, while an intense ache slowly spreads throughout my whole body. Numb. I feel numb. A hand comes away, bleeding and shaking, while I can only let out a wet, ragged laugh. Soon, without warning, I'm going down on my knees and the whole world is pitching sideways. An arm, warm and welcoming, is on me the second I stumble back, catching my fall. Ah, so this is how we get his bad end. By shooting Luke. Sucks to suck, buddy.
Ash?
Her hands are shaking, her lips are quivering while she looks at me with wide, fearful eyes. Where's Rebecca? I don't actually know if Rebecca's here. Tears have started to form at their corners, threatening to spill at any moment, and a pang of regret hits me at the sight
Ashton!
of it. Even for the last time, I can't even give her a reason to smile.
Hey, you're crying again. Don't give me that look.
Sorry.
It doesn't suit you. I don't think I've ever told you that before.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! Cautiously, despite the stabbing eggs shooting up at every moment, I reach a trembling hand up to wipe them away. Crying has never looked good on her after all. My arm never makes it far, however. Midway, she meets my hand, catching it in a light grip, as if she's too afraid I might break. Though I already am, just slowly. The pain is easing. Everything's going cold.
Shut up, Ash! Don't move, alright? Stop talking! We'll get you a doctor! Someone! Just stay put! Just stay put,
Gotta
okay?
look good no matter what, right?
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be okay. I've gone through a lot, survived a lot of shit. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that I'm done for. Whatever hit me, a hole to the chest is... Yeah, that's a big fucking hole, too. Like, that's bigger than your average bullet right there. Need a magician, not a doctor? Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna bounce back from this. I'm dying.
Sorry.
I should be afraid in this moment, yet I'm not. No fear, no dread, just an acceptance. And a deep regret as she appears before us, her voice echoing throughout the foyer. At the top of the staircase, Hannah Wright stands, pale as death and expression eerily calm. A cold chill runs up my spine at the sight. The woman just lingers there, a poor mimicry of life, a chilling smile on her face. Without a doubt, it's her.
I told you didn't I?
Jesus. Did he shoot her? No. So someone, I think it was Luke, threw some kind of pole. I think it was like a spear of some sort for a decoration. He just threw it in some direction and it was going to hit Isabella, but Ash got in the way. No, Hannah is dead. So this is the ghost, the ghost girl, I guess, possessing her.
Everything you're doing is useless, Ashton Frey. And now, you're dying. Meddlesome fool.
Hannah? You're not supposed to be here.
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. You look so upset. Are you not happy to see me?
Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. Here, there's only a whispered sigh, a fading breath, and a lone heart that beats hard one last time. Got one thing wrong, though. I did not die alone. Aww! That's kind of fucking sad. Alright. That fucking... You've unlocked a memory fragment. Huh. Okay, so the wife didn't kill herself until after she was burned as a witch. Okay, that was cool. But we don't want to kill Ashton here. Okay. A cold chill runs up my spine at the sight. The woman just lingers there, a poor mimicry of life, a chilling smile on her face. Without a doubt, it's her.
Hannah?
Okay,
You're
what's
not
the
supposed to be here.
She's not gonna mock Ashton for dying.
Oh,
obviously.
Luke, darling. Are you not happy to...
What's new here? Oh, you really gonna use the word foobar again? Really? Oh, so it just skips to Luke's. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I just can't get it out of my head no matter how hard I try.
You would be nothing without me. Your company would be buried in debt and you'd be begging on the streets if it weren't for me!
I can still feel their stares, the way they judge me with their tiny empty minds, pinpricks on the back of my head, eyes all over me. They don't look at me with awe and desire, but with accusations and disgust. If I don't do something, everything I have, everything I've earned will all amount to nothing.
Honey, I'm home!
I could think of nothing else all throughout the day, and it's left me nervous and agitated. I've done little else but worry about it. Why, I almost shot a thug in the foot for laughing too loud while I was enjoying a sandwich. And I've contemplated, jumping back and forth between yes and no, will and won't, mulling over a word that starts with M, and I've been doing so with great malice. Murder on my mind. It seems a bit too much, I know. It's just a thought. But thoughts are dangerous things. Who cares what the buffoons think of me? They're beneath me. But Hannah, to think that she feels that way towards me, I can't stomach the thought that she thinks so lowly of me, that she may have always believed me to be less than her. It was the way she looked at me, with eyes so full of anger and hatred, that burns me most of all.
There is no prince that loves another better. She is not deserving.
Darling! Love! Buttercup! Why aren't you answering?
Upstairs, Luke!
Your princely dignity must not suffer that wretch.
Sorry, I'm just really hungry, and I kinda am in the mood for beef jerky. No, I mustn't. I am beneath no one. Damn. This stuff does not taste very good. My steps are slow and heavy as I climb the stairs. Tasted better yesterday. One of my knives rests neatly up my sleeve, and its cold blade will not let me forget its presence nor my intent. Poor Hannah. And when I enter our room and look upon her, Where she stays, I have a thought that nearly makes me laugh. I might not be a prince here to save the princess in the tower. I might just be the dragon that takes and kill. Takes and kill? Weird. Yet she doesn't know that. Not yet. Even I'm unsure which way it'll go right now.
This lewd woman is not worthy. She should not escape without punishment.
How is she lewd?
Here I am expecting a warm welcome home, and here you are locked up in the room like a shut-in. Oh, Hana, what am I to do with you?
Uh-oh, yeah.
You're looking a little bit pale. Are you all right?
I must have had something funny, actually. Maybe from the party last night. Maybe breakfast or lunch. You Hans had been acting really strangely while you were gone. Do you think?
Do I think what? That he poisoned you? Don't be silly. He wouldn't do such a thing unless I tell him to.
That bastard was told to look after her. Make sure she doesn't leave. A guard for the princess. I did not tell him the extent of my plans, only that I hoped to talk to her to see how this has come to be. Okay, so Johans probably did try to poison Hannah. Although I feel like he'd be smart enough to get the job done. So I'm not sure what kind of poison he would have given her, other than something that would have, like, maybe made her sleep longer, or made her not feel any pain, because he knew that Luke was probably going to kill her. I can't even find a reason to try and forgive her for what she's done. If I'm to do anything, it would be best to control the situation so I can steer the story. One cannot get away with crimes as much as I have without being a director of nature. I can be the loving husband, distraught over his wife's death if needed. Or if she were to, say, disappear. That can be arranged as well, whichever I see fit. A great hesitance comes over me, though, as I hold her in my arms, one that I haven't felt before. Even things such as killing comes easy with the idea that it is for my well-being. But then again, this is Hannah. Sweet Hannah. Am I really to do this? Perhaps we can still fix things.
She will bring you nothing but troubles and vexations.
Don't you worry. If you are sick, I'll take care of you myself. I did tell you that you'll have my afternoon and every moment after for as long as you live, didn't I? I am just so worried about my poor wifey. That Rochelle woman had some nerve, and I've insulted your honor so. My poor wifey has been through so much.
Silently, I procure my knife and press it against the small of her back. This close, I can feel the hitch of her breath, and it's all too easy to imagine the quickening of her heart. To know I hold another human's life in my hands can be rather breathtaking at times. It is power, after all. Enticing and intoxicating.
My poor, spoiled wifey, Hannah fucking Evans. Silver spoon in her mouth, never had to lift a finger in her goddamn life. Poor wifey trying to ruin everything for me. All that I've worked so hard for. She'll just take it all away. Just like that. We've got to fix that. You know, you and I, we have to make sure you don't pull a dodgy stunt like the one you did last night. Even if we have to take you out of the picture permanently.
Murder!
Kill her. Kill her now.
Why are you doing this?
It is for the best.
Because, Hannah, darling, it's never enough. I want it all.
She is only getting in our way.
You don't have to do this. You can still have it all, Luke. Just please, don't you love me?
Oh, I still do, Hana. I do love you.
Very loving. I love you. I love you. But truth be told, you would have been hurt sooner or later, one way or another. The least I can do is make it quick and painless and have you in my arms as you go. Others go out screaming, suffering, because there's so much pain in this world. This is a gift, right?
But you're outliving your usefulness. In fact, you're becoming a pain in the arse, just like your dear old dad. Now I'm doing you a favor, and you'll be with him again. Real soon.
There's no prince more caring and loving.
You know what they say?
I'll be rid of her.
Love hurts.
What's so funny?
There's nothing funny, so why am I laughing as well?
Be with her. So cute.
How does one get away with murder? By being clean and efficient. By being methodical. By being ready to do anything and everything to make sure you aren't caught or implicated in the crime. A knife in the back. They never quite see it coming, do they? And the knife stays in there until the blood stops flowing as freely as it does. A cork stopper for something a lot more gory than wine. It means a lot less blood on my person as well. There's no time to delay, no time to think twice, while I start to drag the body face down so that the blood doesn't spill on the floor. I can't take her out of the hallway just yet, in case an errant servant strays past, but the room next to ours is remote and inaccessible to the rest of the house. Hannah's forbidden anyone to go in there. What would be the children's room, as she had wished it to be, is a pet project of hers. Only she and McCullough have been allowed. Nobody would even dare set a foot in there. Even I have not, though it was mostly out of indifference. It'll have to do for now. A thorough cleaning will also have to be scheduled. Some lye will need to be purchased, or actually daffodils, covered up with fertilizer, and we can plant daffodils on it. Alibis will have to be planned. The possibilities for that are endless and will have to be thought through later. In the meantime, my body moves on autopilot. How many times have I done this? I don't really know. Although it has been a while, I act with a familiarity I should be disturbed by. My mind screams, "It's Hannah!" But a part of me snuffs it out. It tells me to be quiet and be a good little boy. I've done this before, and being sentimental has not done me any favors. What I do now has gotten me far in life, so why should it be any different? It was Hannah. Now it's simply a cooling body. That's all this is. A body and a crime scene I need to be rid of. Right? In my hurry to hide the body, what I see next blindsides me.
What? What is all this?
Walls in off-white. A simple base to be painted with another color makes the room stand in contrast to the others plastered with wallpaper. The area is sparsely furnished, with little more than a little toy chest tucked in the corner of the room, along with a shelf, barren except for a few books and trinkets. 2 teddy bears stare down at me from their shelves, but it is what stands by the window that catches me off guard. There's a moment of confusion, as if my brain is shut down and it has to catch up with what I'm seeing. I imagine I must be a ghastly sight with the blood that's left my cheeks already. I have to clutch my chest, fearing that my beating heart would just burst. I have to take a step back before I can stumble forward. I feel faint, like I'm floating and any step I take will send me falling. Excuse me. Though it doesn't need much to take take me off my feet, not when my knees shake, and not when the body becomes too much of a burden to carry. A crib of all bloody things stands in the corner, innocent and unassuming. I can almost hear their laughter, mocking me without pity, but none are as condemning as the sound of my own thoughts ringing in my head. Look at what you've done. Look at what you've destroyed. That's all you do, isn't it? Make a mess and kill everything you touch. Is nothing precious? Is nothing sacred? Is nothing safe? You are your father's son. The possible implications of what I've done weighs heavily, looming over my head as she lays still in my arms. Any will I had, any strength I had, mustered in order to hide what I've done, seeps away. I can't hold on to her anymore. I have no right to. My very touch corrupts and stains everything with blood. And Hannah, she was just too pure, too good. I wasn't worthy. But I was too greedy, and I had to ruin her, too. With reverence, an odd thing to feel for someone I just murdered, I carefully put her down on the ground. That's all I can manage. I can't even pick myself up. Fatigue takes over me, and I resign myself to sit with my back against the wall. I killed her. I never thought I would actually go through with it. I've told myself many times in the past that I would kill her one day. After a fight, I would grit my teeth and tell myself that I could get rid of her. When the anger had faded away, I'd always changed my mind. I needed her, wanted her alive. I've always managed to stay my hand, never to harm her, neither with fist nor an open palm. Now she's dead because of me. I know what I'm capable of. I've done so many selfish, heinous things in the pursuit of happiness, but to kill someone I actually love?
Wake up, Buttercup. This isn't real. This can't be happening. This is a nightmare. That's all it is.
Oh yeah, very carefully. Wow, this kind of tastes like garbage. But it was food. There's no denying it, not with the smell of blood. Her blood, musty and nauseating, filling the air like a sickly sweet perfume. It's a bit troubling how used I am to it. Death is something that I'm all too familiar with. Death shaped me. I was molded by it! It's given and it's taken. And oh, how it has taken. Shit slaps. I never liked it when it takes from me. And all of this room, if it meant what I think it does,
Killed them. I killed them.
Luke confirmed pro-lifer. Their blood is not the first to taint my hands. I've killed men and women, whether it be by my own hands or by my orders, but never children. After all, why would I condone the killing of someone who hasn't done me wrong? Helpless and innocent little things. Their deaths do not serve me any purpose. I don't want to believe it.
No. Wake up! Open your eyes! Raise your sleepy head!
This is not real.
Wake up, little Lucille!
What have I done? They could have done that line a couple more times. He sounded more distraught when he was talking about his liver being in pain. I don't know how long I sat there, faced with Hannah's corpse in that horrid room. Anatomy of a Psycho. Yeah, basically. In my original playthrough of this game, Hannah didn't die. He didn't kill Hannah. And he was actually, I mean, they tried to redeem him. I mean, he's still a terrible character and a terrible person, but, he was not, he, like, very rarely, if ever, seemed like the kind of person that would murder his wife. I never thought he was the kind of person that would want to murder his wife in any circumstance until I did this run of the game where everyone's a fucking dick. And very, very quickly did we see everything fall apart. But the notion alone is stupid, one among the many, and it leaves me with little energy. At the very least, I managed to heave myself out at one point, only able to drag myself to the foot of our bed. Looking out the window shows the light has given way to darkness, enveloping everything with the night sky. On any other night, it might have given me comfort, but now I want to rewind time and have my sunshine once more. I loved her.
And that's why she had to go.
To be honest, I really don't know how to feel.
Face it, Lucille Mitchell Wright. You owe me everything.
I was just blinded with rage and how she humiliated me at the party. I've worked so hard to be where I am, but in the fickle society of the rich and famous, my own wife turning on me like that is basically social suicide. I was so angry, ready to protect what I've built for myself at all costs. I still feel the anger burning low, but for some reason, it's directed at myself. With it, confusion rears. Questions come and go as I second-guess myself and my actions.
It had to be done. She was getting in our way.
Yes. Yes, it had to be done. She was getting in my way. No, that's not it. I did it because, I don't know. Piranha scrapes at me until I'm left feeling cold and hollow. I like how the game tries to, like, backtrack. They're like, no. Luke didn't actually kill his wife. He was driven mad by the ghost girl. But, like, he literally just admitted that he's thought about murdering her many times before. And it's like, okay, sure. It carves out my insides and has me wanting to scratch at my skin. It's crushing, suffocating, and it makes me want to claw at my own throat. I've only felt this once before. When she died, one can only call it grief. Perhaps this is the worst feeling of all.
She deserved it.
Your emojis work? I thought emojis already did work. Do they not normally work? Or I know some of them get like if you try and just do the regular code, like the sob emote, stuff like that, will get transformed into what is it called? A toast emote, if there's a toast emote for it.
It's all her fault.
Oh Jesus, Luke.
With her out of the picture, I can focus on me. I can do what I want without compromising. And besides, I never wanted to be a father anyway.
You need neither that whore of a woman nor her children.
I would never want to be a father. I can't imagine what kind of father I would be and wouldn't wish myself on any child. Not with who I had as an example. Damien Wright was not a very good father, and the short time I had him as one, in fact, he hadn't even been a father at all. He cared little for me, didn't even know about my existence until he needed an heir. There are others out there, other children that I could call my brothers and sisters. I know of one brother from Brighton, older than I by many years, who was cast aside because he was ill. Another born with the same week as I was, ignored because he had a preference for men. Okay, so this was what Sarah was talking about. He chose me not because he loved me, but because I was the only son of acceptable standards among the many illegitimate children he conceived. I wasn't a son to take care of, but a successor to groom in order to keep the right name alive. I was a tool, an investment. Not family, not even a person. Not that I hardly knew my father as one either. But even without that, I wouldn't want to bring a child onto this earth. I know the world with all it has to offer, cold, cruel, and harsh, in which no true kindness can survive in one piece. Humanity is more beastly than any animal that roamed the land. Humans can be the most horrible of monsters. I'm one of them. So if I'm a monster, then why does this hurt me so much?
This is fine. I'm fine.
That has to be the biggest lie I've ever said. And I've lied a lot.
You feel pain now, my prince, because of your kind and caring heart. But that shall pass.
It's a laughable enough notion on its own. Of course, humor is subjective. Johannes comes in with a grim look on his face. I would assume that he was expecting a bloodbath in here, judging by the slowness of his steps. There is a mess in here, just not that kind. I don't think he was expecting me to be in the state that I am. Sitting on the ground, haggard looking with blood drying on my the sleeves of my suit, all while I giggle like I've just heard the funniest joke in the world.
What is so funny?
We would have been so beautiful together.
Hannah's last words sound like a terribly bad joke coming from me.
There were toys in there, you know. And this bloody book of names. Do you know what this means? Did you? Did you know about this? And don't you dare lie to me. If you knew about this and you let me kill my own child, I'll fucking murder yours.
I stare him straight in the eye, just daring him to lie about this. If he knew, he should have stopped me. If he knew that Hannah was pregnant and did not tell me, he doesn't show it. The silence is not telling, but my blood boils as I feel how he judges me. You're a monster, Luke, right? He says without speaking.
Don't look at me like that!
I bet he knew and still kept quiet about it. This is why I mustn't trust anyone. Liars and thieves, the lot of them. Of course, that makes me quite the hypocrite, doesn't it? But it's a dog-eat-dog world. Becoming one of them is going to be inevitable sooner or later. Had I been innocent of these sins in the first place, I want to lash out, to scratch and bite and tear, become the monster I really am. I'm the dragon that craves treasure and sets fire to the world. I'll kill him. I'll kill them all. I already killed Hannah, after all. Why should anybody else be safe?
She asked me to keep it secret. Unsure if you would be happy to be a father, I did not think you would do such a thing. I let myself hope for the best, for once. You loved her so. The question is, would you have done things differently because of this knowledge? Would you listen to me? To anyone other than her, for that matter? If they forbade you from doing as you please?
And that's the kicker, isn't it? Because I don't know the answer to that myself. I want to scream, but I just feel so tired that I can no longer protest when I'm picked off the floor by the arm like some reprehensible waif. I say nothing as I'm ushered into bed and told to sleep. And as the lights are turned off, the terrace doors are closed, and the curtains shut, only then do I manage to speak.
What? Not going to tuck me in and tell me to have sweet dreams?
Nothing. He doesn't speak or even acknowledge that he heard me. The man merely collects the dirty laundry and leaves without a second glance. There's nothing but silence, cold and lonely and depressing. How long has it been since I've slept alone? That's kind of sad. Even in a stranger's bed, I always have someone to warm me up. Well, that's him admitting that he definitely fucked Rochelle. And I make sure I always leave first, never wanting to wake up and find myself alone again. Far too long. I can't even imagine how I've managed to sleep without a warm body beside me before I had Hannah. Still, the fatigue soon catches up and pulls me into sleep's embrace. This is fucked up. Not her sobs that I hear, but his, hers, theirs. I'll never know now, will I? I've killed them. By my own doing, I've ended all of it, even before anything has begun. Their blood drips from my hands, pooling at my feet, lapping at my ankles, like the cold, suffocating embrace of my sins. He's so dramatic. I mean, he did just murder his pregnant wife, but whatever. They creep up my limbs, slow and unhurried, twisting and turning. Up and up it goes until nothing but a sharp, guttural cry escapes from my mouth. Then all at once...
it would have been so cute.
I choke back a scream and wake up in a cold sweat. With my heart pounding in my ears, it takes a while to remember where I am. In the dark and cold of the room, one can't fault me for feeling ill at ease. It isn't as bright as the penthouse, and renovations did little to change how old it feels. We've been here for less than a week. It'll take a bit more time to adjust. It's hard to feel cozy though when I'm bloody freezing. This is literally the same scene from the route where Hannah lives. Nudging the lump of fabric next to me, I sigh.
It's cold. Don't hog the sheets, Hannah.
She always did this, though. It hardly bothers me. Growing up, I was lucky to have something to use as a mattress. I'm not the one who grew up accustomed to Egyptian cotton with a thread count of 800. Besides, the warmth that Hannah exuded on her own is usually enough to keep me sleeping through the night. The temperature tonight must be something else with how chilly it is right now. It takes a while, and then I remember. It can't be Hannah, so who is it? Horrible image of Hannah's corpse lying underneath the sheets comes to mind. Let it be anything but that. An intruder seeking warmth and shelter from the cold, dreary night. A maid sneaking in with mischief in mind. A hired hitman that was... Hired hitman? Why would a hitman sleep next to you in bed? Even the last would be better than finding her here. I can fight off a man with a gun. Can't say the same about the sight of her dead eyes reminding me of what I've done. The smart thing to do here is to get out, really. But a nagging curiosity aside, I have to know what they're here for, and more importantly, what they've seen. What if they've seen what's in the other room? Why linger? Do they hope to blackmail me, and is this a sick way of sticking around until they can talk to me? If I leave now, they might as well. Just the act of trespassing alone should be cause enough for punishment. My tequila is telling me to go to bed. It's been fun. Thank you for sharing your creative energy with me and everyone else too. Good night, TTV. Thanks for stopping by. And drink some water before you go to sleep. Tequila will do things to you, not just to your liver. It'll do everything to you. It'll make your nails fall off. True fact. Don't quote me on that. Drink some water. And again, thanks for hanging out and talking and chatting. Oh man, I wish I was drunk right now, but since my mom's sick, I can't really risk being drunk or anything because I can't risk my immune system being like, let's not fight off the plague. There's no sign that they've heard me, nor have they shown any sign of moving where they lie. With care, I go for the knife under the side of my bed. Wee foolish of me to investigate. Oh, fuck me. Investigate anything when I'm unarmed, after all. To pull back the covers would be a more difficult affair, because reaching out to uncover who's underneath, I have to prepare for anything and assume the worst. If I so much as see the nozzle of a gun, there's going to be another murder tonight. I see the rise and fall of the sheets, though it could easily be mistaken as the fault of the breeze. Oh yes, I know about the water cure for hangovers. I literally never had a hangover, purely because I drink water. I'd like to believe that it's... Wait, what? I can't fucking read. Thanks for the wise advice! Yeah, don't let your fingernails fall off. You know? Because that happens. It's totally a thing that happens. 100%. Definitely not lying. Having an intruder in my bed, no matter how absurd, would be preferable to insanity. To know that my mind is rebelling against me, making me believe Hannah still lives, and that she would even go anywhere near me, near the monster that I've become. I'm not drunk, but I've got a good buzz going. What's the point of getting tequila in your system if you don't get drunk? Come now, it's the good stuff, you know. I mean, I have some tequila here. I hate the taste of tequila, but when I want to get smashed, like, this is my go-to. Although, I do like my King Green vodka, because it just tastes way better. Maybe I should mix the two. Oh, that sounds terrible. Do not ever let me do that, please. Oh my god. Ooh, goodbye, liver. I don't think so. A great sense of foreboding comes over me, making me hesitate with my plan. Should I just get out of here, not look back, and let security handle it? That's what they're here for. But I don't much like the idea of people swarming in here, especially not with a dead body in the other room. Moderation is the key to longevity with buzzes. I mean, true, but who needs the buzz when you can just be absolutely smashed? I don't like getting smashed literally every time I drink alcohol. Hence why I'm a fan of the Mike's Hards, even though they don't taste that great, because it's just a nice little, but you know. But I'll keep that in mind if I ever don't want to get completely smashed. That's always a good rule to follow with that sort of thing. I'm on my own then. But what's the worst that could happen, right? I have no reason to be afraid. There's no boogeyman under the bed, no monster in my closet. Don't mix them! A vodka and tequila is not the way to go. Yeah, no, never. Once the idea popped into my head and I said, I was like, that's 100% the wrong idea. If anything, these things should be afraid of me, right? I grab a fistful of sheets and throw them aside. Ah, okay, that's why I missed that CG. Because when I originally played through it, I skipped. I hit enter, not realizing that the CG actually had an animation to it. Because the ghost girl does actually show up. Sorry, I'm answering a text. Aww. Okay. From experience, I've learned that moderation in the water cure is the way to go for the long term. I don't know. Maybe. I still prefer just mixing a shit ton of vodka with soda. Good night, TTV. I'm glad you had a good time. I'll have to try the long con with alcohol one day. So I'm pretty sure this is all the same and I can skip here, right? No, it's not. Hannah is dead and no other body has or ever will grace my own bedside. But what I felt, the breathing I'd heard, it isn't mine. Most likely the imaginary constructs of a guilty mind, of course. What else could it have been? Must be my imagination. I mean, look at me. I'm running on fumes and it's got me bloody paranoid. What's the rest of his route gonna be like now that Hannah's dead? I mean, his route didn't have like a shit ton of fucking content, but doesn't he meet up with Kylie? Very confused. Need more sleep and maybe I'll take the day off as well. That sounds delightful, yes. Quiet and rest should do my head wonders. I'll have some much needed winks and I can finally figure out what I'm going to do with it. For now, hush and off to the realm of sleep. Hush and think of nothing but fields of daffodils. The pleasant dreams refuse to linger, however. With the morning comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my tastes. And I have very fine tastes. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reaches the bedroom, I'm very much inclined to think the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only things good in... Fuck, I'm just skipping the line. I can't read. Still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I can tell already that it's going to be a long day, and it hasn't even started. Before the racket even lasts another minute, I'm peeling myself off the bed and heading straight for the main door. There will be another murder today if this doesn't hold. If you can read better than me, give me your brain. Give me your brain.
They are unworthy of your attention, my prince.
Gordon Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
I don't know who Gordon Bennett is. In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's sake.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Cast them away. Drive them away.
I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet at this hour of the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. But the only horror here is what I've done last night. The blood's still on my hands regardless of how many times I've washed it off. Now you sound a little buzzed. Wait, really? I haven't even been drinking. I've just had my my watermelon juice. It's very good. It even has that kind of like almost bitter rind taste. It's very tasty. Good night. Good night, TTV. And you know what? Actually, it's been an hour since the last break, but I do need another drink. And I think I'm gonna actually eat something. So I am gonna pop the BRB screen up just because I'm gonna be eating and you guys don't need to hear that. But I will be back very soon. So get up, stretch, have a drink, have a snack, and pet your pets for me. And if you're taking this opportunity to head to bed like TTV is, thank you so much for stopping by. And I hope I'll see you guys again soon. But I will be back. It's just a break. It's just a break. So enjoy the tunes and don't murder your wife. I am back. Bada bing, bada boom. Man, that's I got a double imposter win in Among Us earlier today when we won. I literally said that. It was the lamest motherfucking thing I have ever done. And you know, I'm proud of myself. And I know you're probably gone by now, but thank you so much, TTV, for the 30 T fuel and for hanging around and for spreading your own knowledge and overall just being a cool dude or not dude. I don't know your life. Where are we? Where's games? There we go. I got myself a Dr. Pepper. I know. I shouldn't be having soda. I know. But I don't have the energy to wipe down the groceries right now. I'll probably do it after stream, to be quite honest. Because my mom bought me a bunch more buy beverages, the little juicy drinks. And they're amazing. But the only ones that are like wiped down are my watermelon ones. And those are fine. They're just not my favorite. My favorite has got to be, there's like an apple one that's so good. Then there's a mango one that's really hard to find. The cherry one's really good. Pomegranate's really good, but this ain't what y'all came here for, so hold on. Delicious. Alright, so we murdered- wait, did I unmute? Yeah, I did. We murdered our wife, and now we're super sad about it. Neither the deafening silence nor the biting chill spreading across every room in the place. There's no place for fear when guilt already burns that fuel. Did I lock the door? I did. I always lock the door because I'm so afraid that my mom's gonna come in while I'm playing a horror game. It's gonna scare me! No. Sorry about that. So I wait for another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself. Perhaps with more force than needed. And then we've seen this, it's literally the same thing. And maybe it should be appropriately there, considering the person on the other side and the hour he dared to- wait, we've already read this.
You!
Yikes.
Again! What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time! Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't!
My home, my rules now. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
Oddly, the words taste foreign and bitter in my tongue. A remorse slowly taking home, creeping up and twining inside, reminding me of my transgressions when it hasn't done so before. Funny how the years have changed me. So I let anger guide them instead, if only because it's easier to cast it away when you have someone else to project it onto. It just so happens it's a person I will never take a liking to, no matter what the memory of her says in my... A plus, I suppose? A blessing? At least I won't feel any remorse if my ire does pierce.
Only you matters, no one else.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. Some nonsense about the news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed doors muffling the better part of it and no ears to listen, my tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually he leaves and silence once again fills the room, as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should also call for psychiatric services. He certainly sounds mental, just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming the immediate grounds, nothing good can come of it. But if his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come, I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worst, Johans will take care of it if need be. It's what I'm paying him for. In the meantime, the bigger problem at hand. Dodge is quickly replaced by the nightmarish reality of what I'd done and what I must do. Though the guilt weighs heavily upon me, I have to need to push it aside and proceed as necessary. Emotions play no part in this. Regret will not keep me out of jail if I don't hide my crime one way or another. Oh, it should be easy. Just hide the body, no? Drain the body, crush the teeth, burn her fingerprints, and mar her face past the point of recognition before chopping the body up. There'll be plenty of options after that. Incineration, feeding it to the animals, dumping it into the ocean. Oh, she would like that last one, wouldn't she? Of course, there's also the option of to let her decompose and become fertilizer for my daffodils. That really isn't the big issue,
This
though.
whole murder business just ruins a good Sunday morning, does it not?
Hannah, my dear Hannah, till death do us part.
And you must part. Forget about her.
Yet even in death, I cannot let you go. My hands still shake at the very idea that I have your blood on them. My insides feel both numb and afire because of the sin I've committed. My lips quiver as I fight off the urge to cry prayers and apologies in the hopes that they would be enough to bring you back. But I know that this is no fairy tale. But I'm not going to wake up the slumbering princess with a kiss, true love or otherwise. No sentiment or good intention will change the cruel reality of life. Even if miracles do exist, I don't think they would happen for a man such as myself. The past cannot be changed. I must deal with the consequences to come, regardless of what other people... regardless of what other person who has just walked in says. And he always has to have an opinion.
I think murder would ruin a sane person's mood, no matter the day or time.
Continue mouthing off and there'll be a second one, Shraken. I've killed for less in the past. I've been soft, complacent. Those things need to change.
She made me soft. Over the years, I've been told marriage has made me a kept man. Of course people stopped saying that after I shot a fool who thought disrespecting my wife could get him anywhere. Now that she's gone, though, well, who knows?
I mean no disrespect. Excuse the murmurings of the insane, yes? But I have every confidence and every dread that you will go through with it. However, about the madame, how shall we proceed? I'm sure it has come to you that this will need more attention than the others who have gone under our care.
The chances of her remains being found is slim if we do things properly, as we have done in the past. But the chances of her disappearing going unnoticed, not bloody likely. She was Hannah. Whatever she was, Hannah Evans or Hannah Wright, she's practically Luxburn royalty. Her disappearance will cause quite the stir, and who will suspect number one? Be suspect number one. I completely missed that word. Me, of course, after that public blow-up she had at the party. This won't be easy as, say, killing an ordinary accountant who's looked into the numbers a bit too thoroughly, or an attorney who hopes to get in my way. For now, I need time to plan. Need time to plan to, at the very least, hide the body and cover up her disappearance. Okay, that was just a confusion sentence. I also just don't know English. That's why... Oh, shit. Hold on. Did I? I think I skipped my Italian lesson today. Did I lose my streak? I think I had a streak freeze. Yeah, okay, I had a streak freeze, so I'm fine. Whew. Hold on. That's why I had the rest of the staff sent away, except for Johann.
I suppose we can't just sweep this under the rug, can we? What about a magic trick, then? Can we pull off a sleight of hand? Now you see her, now you don't?
Misdirection. Clever. You could blame the butler. I would not mind retirement.
Nice try, but I'm not letting you go. I still own you until I see fit. There's no need for you to take the fall. Not when there are plenty of others I can pinpoint as the culprit. Why even make it murder?
I don't think turning it into a kidnapping story will work. But Hannah was sociable enough, and she had plenty of suitors. She could have been a bit too friendly with one of them. That would be the pot calling the kettle black. But she might have, if she was falling out of love with me. She might have wanted to leave me for another. Someone else who caught her eye, her interest. Just our very visitor this morning, in fact.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Very funny.
So, Grand Director, do you want to tell me what Blue Foncé is all about? I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living. He was a perfect gentleman, Luke. I can't say the same for you as of recent.
So then I was right. If we had done, what's his name? Zachary's bad ending, it does make total sense now why they would lock him up instead of murdering him, because he's the perfect one to blame.
Look, Luke, nothing will happen. You have to relax. It was just a friendly chat.
Is that why he's here? Unlikely. But her? Is that why she pulled that fucking stunt in public? Did she really not love me anymore? Is it because of the photographer? Or is it someone else? How many others could be at fault for her change of heart?
This is all her fault. She already had you and she let herself stray.
What if we said that she eloped, ran away with another man?
I'd sooner believe she was killed by the Anselm butcher than think she fled with another man. But it could work. The masses will eat up such gossip. We can fake evidence, signs that will point to her traveling with a companion. Though, if I may be a bit honest, I loathe to speak ill of her or create rumor.
But murder's fine.
What if it isn't a rumor? What if there was someone? Why else would she act out like that? The falling out would be the best excuse to leave me, while coming out as the victim. Whatever the case, it'll put me under less scrutiny. The police will investigate if it's a murder or a kidnapping or a sudden disappearance. But they won't really bother with marital and relationship issues, will they?
They are not minors. And I suppose the police will not bother unless you file a case. They have more problems than a love affair. It would be best to consult someone who knows the law a bit more intimately. Your lawyer, yes?
Yes, but he's away on a holiday, enjoying the beaches on some back-end country or some such. Somewhat called Philippians or something. He told me he'll be back on the 2nd of November.
Wouldn't that be a bit too late? If we have to wait that long, we can consult someone else. The chief inspector might be willing.
Yes, I suppose I can ask Lee. He's an idiot, but he's an idiot who studied the law. But if I ask questions, he'll pry, and I'd like not to give too much away. The trick to keeping a secret is to have as few people possible know about it. Take a few people down and put them in their graves if I have to. At least the lawyer is paid to believe I'm innocent and won't be nosy about the whole thing. And really, it's just because...
I don't trust him with this. He's probably busy with that wife of his, if she's still even in the city.
Who can I even trust, really?
You can trust your most faithful servant. For I am the only one who truly loves you, my prince.
A person's loyalty stops where greed starts. They all bow down to curry favor, faking smiles and attending to my every whim, expecting approval and gifts in exchange. That's all well and good for me. Let it not be said that I'm not a generous prince. But it's those I reign over through fear that I must watch out for. People like Harvey Lee fall under both of those. He catered to me shamelessly so that I could aid him in his wishes in turn. And when he found out that he was in too deep, I had to leash him lest he get in my way. Sure, I say jump and he'll ask how high, but he's a spineless little shit. The moment he thinks he sees the opportunity to turn the tables on me, he'll take it. Bribery and blackmail can only go so far. One needs to make the other person bend, but take care not to have them broken. If they believe they have nothing to lose, that's when they retaliate. At the very least, he'll try to use the knowledge to try and gain leverage to be on equal grounds with me. And if he does that, I'll be forced to kill him. don't like letting go of my toys because they decide to be stupid. Handling idiots can be so tiring. No matter how many of them die off, 3 can be found within a stone's toss? What? It's best to make use of them one way or another, until it's decided that they need to be deleted from the gene pool.
It won't do to use a story until we're certain it's believable. After all, it's the first time I've become a widower. Until then, keep the others away from her body.
Standing up to leave, I grow still at the sound of shattering glass. A dampness leaks into my shoes as red stains the hem of my pants and my socks. I forgot I was having wine.
Go clean that up and leave me be. I've already had the other staff take the day off. I don't want to see hide or hair of you unless I call.
There's no peace to be had just yet, apparently. The other man is quick to follow and quick to speak up, as there aren't any to witness such disrespect or to hear what had to be said.
You do realize it has been 12 hours. Rigor mortis has already set in. Any longer, and then it will start smelling like a sewer. I will not be able to do anything about that without removing the corpse itself. In 3 days' time, the smell will have seeped into the walls, and you will have to replace those to even get rid of it. If you're not keen about disposing the body just yet, at the very least we can put it in a freezer.
I suppose a chest freezer for the wine cellar wouldn't raise too many questions. And look, I don't want to think about this right now. I don't care if you have to fill the room with potpourri or douse all the walls with perfume. Go order a freezer and have it delivered today even. Just make sure it doesn't stink up the place until we get rid of the body. Make it happen. This is your problem now.
If you are not to attend to it, will you be reporting to work then? You've already cancelled your appointments for the day, but some are still insistent that you keep to your original meetings. The board of directors are especially adamant about talking about the hotel and...
I put up a hand to stop the man from talking before he goes any further. Why, I can already feel the migraine building up from all his worrying. It's a part of his job, I understand, but I said I was going to have the day off. So be assured, I am going to have the bloody day off.
Goodness, no. I think I deserve a break. A day or 2. Or 3 without being surrounded by complete dunderheads. Director Hahn can handle those busybodies for a while, can't he?
For fuck's sake, I can have the week off if I want, and my finances will not be the worse for wear. My company and the business aren't going to keel over and die just because I decide to take a leave for a bit, right? It's not like I'm the only competent businessman here. I mean, at least I hope not. Before there are any more protests, I pull my mobile out of my pocket and toss it his way. By the time he catches it, I'm already halfway out the door.
I'm going out for some fresh air. If anybody calls, tell them they can sod off and bother me another day.
But let me, hold on, I want to see something. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll look at it later. Gray skies loom over the horizon, though the sun fights for every precious minute it gets to stay. It'll rain again soon, with the wind bringing along the gloomy clouds normal to Luxborn. Until then, it doesn't hurt to be out here for fresh air and sunshine. I walk to the gardens, what little of it there is at the moment anyway, and kneel by the daffodils. These were the first to be brought here and planted on my request, and if nothing else, they brought in a sense of peace. They were Mother's favorites. Closing my eyes, I lift my chin up to welcome the light that shines upon me. And for a minute, I can't imagine myself as one of the flowers. I can, not can't. Peaceful, blooming, and all too happy to stand in its warmth. Life would be much easier if we were all like flowers, wouldn't it? But I didn't step out here to get all philosophical. I have problems much more practical than figuring out the meaning of life after all. Too many things have gone on these past few days, and I want to forget about them, even just for a moment.
It's almost All Saints, isn't it? To think I've almost forgotten.
I think this is the same. Never mind. Do I deserve to talk to her now? It feels wrong to do so after what I've done. Not because I have blood on my hands. No, that's nothing new. But when it's her, when I've killed my lovely Hannah, I don't even need to worry about becoming my father anymore because I'm certainly much, much worse. Damien never killed Eleanor. He never had her blood on his hands. Staring at the flowers offers me no safety from that reality. The peace I came out here for is short-lived when my own mind betrays my guilt. But I'm a stubborn fool who's set in his ways, and I refuse to get up and go back to the house just yet, even if there's no real point in staying in the dirt. And I'm made even more determined to stay when I sense a presence standing behind me. When I told Johans that I wouldn't tell anyone and everyone to sod off and bother me another day, I did mean that.
Leave me alone, Shrokin. Go make dinner if you want to be useful.
I think those flowers look beautiful, my lord. The parlor, the room where the lady stays for her tea, it could certainly use some.
The voice is not familiar, though I'm not really one to remember such things. Okay. That should certainly concern me when the other household staff members have been sent away for the day. Okay, this is literally the same lines, and it's not skipping to the new ones.
Didn't you get the memo? Are you new? Today is a day off.
Am I not? I wasn't aware that we are not expected at our stations this day. It's just that today is such a beautiful day. I saw you alone and simply thought you could use some company.
Aw, yeah, you killed Hannah. Sorry, bud.
All is forgiven. You must be really enthusiastic about your job if you didn't realize it's a day off.
I simply owe everything to the lady. Work is all I know. It's the only way I can repay her.
Okay, so it is fairly different.
But if my lord wishes to take it as enthusiasm, I won't hold it against you.
She smiles. She has that sort of smile that makes one's kindness shine through without words or action. It reaches her eyes, filling them with a strange sort of mirth, as if she's just thought of something very funny. And I'm hard-pressed to return the friendly gesture. I'll be civil. That doesn't mean I have to pretend I enjoy it. Though I'm debating just dismissing her all the same.
The flowers in the countryside are rather beautiful, aren't they? Though I must admit, they do not appeal to me as much as the ones in my homeland do.
Not a native born, then. Probably a foreigner who thought looking for a job overseas would let her live the high life, only for stark reality to slap her right in the face. People like her are a dime a dozen, and she's probably one of those undocumented foreign workers, too. There's just a whole doozy of a debate about them nowadays. Though it's probably best not to bring the topic up, if only for the sake of my temper. Still, I have to rise to her bait. Flowers sound like a safe topic to breach, and one I rather enjoy.
Oh, is that a challenge, I hear? You must not have seen a full British garden in bloom, then. The roses, daffodils, thistles, and bluebells make for a grand display under the right care.
I think they are much too bright.
Oh, do elaborate. I've never heard anyone call it that way.
Just the way you present your flowers, that is. They are beautiful still. But I think they lack the softness and elegance of the chrysanthemums and cherry blossoms that I have grown up seeing.
Do you work in the gardens, then?
Because that would explain why she's so unfamiliar to me. I don't meet much of the staff, if at all, preferring that they remain invisible until they're a necessity. The gardeners especially, as I only really go out to take care of mother's daffodils and ask that I be left alone under those circumstances.
Oh, not at all. Although I do wish I were. I do enjoy working with plants quite a lot. Not that I am unhappy to be at your service, my lord, but no. I work for the lady of the house and carry out what she requests of me.
Lady of the house? Is that what the old hag of a head housemaid's telling the other staff to call her now? Not surprising, really. That woman has always been an upstart, self-important biddy who doesn't know her place. She should really just give up, retire, and enjoy what remains of her years. At her age, she wouldn't manage even a position in the Queen's staff. Not that I don't respect that woman, of course. She and I are much alike. Except I succeeded in rising up the ranks of society, whereas she failed, and how she despises me for that fact. Her pride probably refuses her a graceful exit, and I don't really care all too much about her employment until such time the government forces me to retire her. With how old she is, she's always complaining about pains and aches and about young people. She's a difficult character, and she only acts real tolerable around Hannah. Not that that'd be a thing anymore since... Well, now I'm just in a terrible mood.
Errand girl for Her Majesty, then? That job must be a right pain in the arse. I heard she runs her assistants ragged, probably killing you real so she can absorb your life essence in the hopes that it'll make her youthful.
She has her undesirable moments, but I am grateful enough. I have a roof over my head and bread to eat. Though, certainly the compensation the household provides for us is not lacking. It is generous for me. Too much. Too much for someone as lowly as I. I did not mean to imply insult, my lord. I'm simply...
I wave it off. Accusations that I'm paying my employees less than proper are often unfounded. I'd like to think I'm fair with my wages, and it doesn't seem she meant any harm by it, but...
You do not look too happy. I really did not mean to upset you. The lady of the house will surely be furious if she hears of this.
Oh, relax. That old hag isn't going to know because I'm not a snitch. But to be frank, I'm just wondering what you're here for.
This is a much nicer interaction between these two.
It's a nice day. A lovely lady like you should be out on the city with some lucky bloke.
Apologies. I did not mean to bother you. I thought you would appreciate the company, what with the rains about to return.
And if I do not appreciate the company, if I wish to be alone, don't you think I came out here for a purpose?
I did nothing to mask my indignance now. If this were any other time, maybe if she were someone else, I would try to be a tad bit civil for a while longer. But if my foul temper will make her run off, all the better. I don't need servants or their imposters nosing about my business. But she stays unperturbed. If anything, she's rooted herself to the spot, still in silence. She looks at me in quiet appraisal while I try my best to see if I can just ignore her. A difficult feat as her stare makes my skin crawl. And what she says next sends a chill up my spine.
My lord, that is not what I see. Loneliness casts shadows in your eyes and sharp lines on your face. I see a man who is thinking of the woman he loves. You miss her. You regret. Though I cannot fathom why. She did not deserve you.
With the memory and power I have, it's no big surprise that there's a target painted on my back. There have been a few times that someone has tried to take care of me. I've been personally insulted before, called a bastard and a demon. They think angering me will make me slip. The very fact that they do try to get rid of me is insulting enough as it is. But this is different. Nobody has spoken of my mother before to get to me. Because nobody knew of her. Hello, Zula. Hope you're having a fine time zone. As far as the greater public is concerned, I am the son of Damien Wright. And whoever was unlucky enough to bear me is nothing but an unfortunate footnote in the history of our family.
Who are you? Who sent you? What do you want? How do you know about my mother?
The venom in my voice is apparent, as is the confusion in hers.
Your mother? No. I speak of the woman you wed. Her death was a blessing.
But I don't know if this is any better. I can feel the blood leaving my face. We had sent the others away for this exact reason, to give us time to cover up her disappearance, her corpse even. But if she knew about it, well, she has to be taken care of.
How did you?
Without drawing too much attention to it, I reach for the mobile in my pocket. One press... Wait, didn't we give... Oh, yeah, he's probably gonna notice that he doesn't have his phone. One press would be all it takes to call the other man here, so we can get rid of the pest. I'd do it myself, but I'm unarmed, near defenseless. But my phone isn't here.
I'm going out for some fresh air. If anybody calls, tell them they can sod off and bother me another day.
Of course, of all the time for me to ditch the bloody thing. But I should be able to take care of one woman, right? There's nobody but Johans and I on the property, far removed from the village and the rest of society. A fist to the throat, a quick twist of the neck, a blade to the jugular. Though forget the last one. Unfortunate for me, I don't have my knife either. Looking back at her, I freeze.
Is something the matter? You look a fright.
What the fuck? I try to scream, but it's stuck in my
Please
throat.
do not torment yourself. You have nothing to worry about. I would never harm you. This home still needs its lord, our prince. Come, my lord, the house beckons.
Gone was the beautiful woman, and in her place is the grotesque witch. This monster, surreal and horrifying. That's it, I've gone mad. Driven crazy by guilt for the sins I've committed. And this is the devil that would torment me for all eternity. But even the idea that this is all a dream, a nightmare, doesn't stop me from flinching away at her touch. It definitely does not stop me from breaking off into a run. I can still feel her eyes on me as I run back to the house, but I refuse to acknowledge it, let alone look back. All I need is to get away from her and make sure she stays away. And if that means acting like a coward and seeking out company to keep me safe, nobody can tell me to do otherwise. Bravery isn't something to be lauded if it comes along with stupidity. It must have been a sight to see the usually composed and reserved Luke Wright bursting through the doors, but there is a time and a place for keeping appearances. The time where one's life is on the line is not one of them. Mustering up the courage, I look back through the window to see if she's followed me. She's gone. I feel relieved, though I really shouldn't be. Stopping to catch my breath, Johan's sudden appearance nearly makes me jump out of my skin.
Don't fucking do that! You son of a bitch! If I had a gun, I would have shot you!
If I had any love left for my Mutter, I'd take offense. But what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, if only it were such a delusion. But I can still feel the faintest touch of her fingers. The feeling was too real for it to have been a ghost.
In the garden, there was a woman.
And there's always a woman with you, isn't there?
That's not what I mean. Listen, she knows that Hana is dead.
Strange. The house was empty. Is empty. I made sure of that. Can you describe this woman?
Are you deaf? I told you she knows that Hana is dead. What does it matter what she looks like? What is this with this interrogation anyway? Do you not believe me?
Frustration bleeds into my every being when he just raises his brow at me. What does it matter what she looks like unless we're going to go look for her? Oh. Of course. But I have to fight off the panic because I try to recall her features. I hurry up the stairs and into the east hallway with the butler at my heels. All this just to get as far away as I physically can from the gardens before I dare speak of her again.
She had pale skin, dark eyes, and long dark hair. She wouldn't give me her name.
And did she know who killed the madam?
It didn't seem like she knew who it was. But she still knows that Hana is dead. You know I'm not gonna do well if I go under investigation right now.
Rua, bitte, calm down and think, right? Think. The body hasn't been moved. She must have been near it to know of it. If she knows there's a corpse, we can go about this two ways. Either we find her and take care of her, or we...
Make her take the fall. That's all well and good. Brilliant. But there's just one thing.
The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end at the mere thought of that woman. I don't know if it was a trick of the light, but I don't think I was imagining things. And though he might think me a lunatic, I can only go on.
She was this thing. A monster. A witch. I know how it sounds. I sound like... okay, fuck. It sounds like I've gone off my rocker with all that's happened.
I expect to hear disregard, concern for my mental state, and maybe even empty platitudes relating to my guilt. But instead the other man grows deathly silent, a thoughtful look on his face.
I would normally say that seeing hallucinations is a normal human experience, even if this does not sound like a bereavement hallucination. But the woman you described is familiar. I've seen her before in the mansion. Glimpses.
Is she one of ours then? You must know her name now that you know what she looks like.
I thought at first that her name may have merely slipped my mind. I've asked the head housemaid to reprimand her, for she was always loitering about when I saw her. But the old woman confirms. We do not have anyone fitting the description under our employ.
So what I saw, what you saw, what was that? I don't understand. Explain, Shurkin. Please tell me I'm not going mad.
We will have a head count of the female staff in the morning, and I'll assign stricter security protocols when the staff returns. It's better we rule things out before jumping to conclusions. I will have to check for tampering as well. Psychotropic drugs to start off with, perhaps in the water supply. I suggest you not worry yourself about it. You are unharmed. That is what matters right now. If it makes you feel any better, I'll stand guard outside for the night.
No, that does nothing to make me feel any better. If that woman was a hallucination, a waking nightmare, what could a guard do to stop her from appearing before me once more? And if she comes into my dreams, I loathe to think I would need to cry for help, like an infant in need of his mother. A tense silence befalls us, and though I don't dare speak it out loud, I would say that we both seem scared. Often I'm the first to break anything of the sort, but...
Shall I put them in a vase?
I'm confused before I realize what I have in my grip.
Oh, these? I didn't realize I still had them.
I really did not. But there they were, still in my grasp. Are the daffodils I'd taken from the garden. Even in the wake of my flight, I'd refused to let go of them, whether I was conscious of it or not. They should be for my mother. They could be for Hana too, but does it even matter? What do dead women care for flowers? Well, I suppose Hana would have loved them.
No, I think I'll take them with me. And if you don't mind, I'm going to turn in for the night.
Of course. I shan't keep you any longer. I'll be out here if you need anything.
We didn't have the option to throw them away. I don't care enough to show any sign that I've heard him, retreating into the master bedroom without another word. The bouquet of daffodils is quickly placed before the nursery door. It's almost hilarious how I'm now worried about a woman more than I am the fact that there's a corpse in the next room. But even as worry for her still keeps me on edge, I feel exhaustion come over me. Not bothering to strip my clothes, I fall onto the bed, tired and alone. He's been wearing this suit for fucking eons. The sickly sweet scent wafting in from the nursery has kept me awake most of the night. It's intoxicating and nauseating in equal parts. The body is yet to be disposed of. Mostly my fault. I have too much to take into account before I rush into a decision. Though perhaps the whole ordeal is being made complex by my sleep-addled brain. I can't be bothered to rise from the bed even when the sun, what little there seems to be today, peeks through the curtains. I don't want to handle any of it. Not Hannah's body, not the security, not Kylie's visiting. Right now, all I want to do is actually get some sleep. Still, the thought of that woman from yesterday and the danger that she presented was enough to keep me from even trying. So suffice to say, I'm not very happy that anyone would dare to separate me from my true love. The bed! The rain that started sometime during the night didn't help the mood. Okay, maybe it helps just a little. The strange sunny weather has been nice and all, but for it to return as it should be feels like a good sign of things to come. Perhaps things will settle back to normal and the crazy drama that has gone on lately will die down. Okay, this we have read. Can I skip? It doesn't let you skip even though you've already read it. Can we just get to the part where Kylie shows up, or do we not spend the day with Kylie this time? There's this rubbish about how the heavens cry when you cry with you through the rain. If anyone sentimental enough knows of what I've done, they'd probably spout this stupid thought my way. Well, I think it's a load of bull. Hana would roll in her grave at the thought that the heavens made it rain for her. She was never one for the dreary weather, always enjoying the scarce sunshine on rare sunny days. She'd been loving the abnormally sunny week thus far. If only things hadn't come to this. But it's already far too late to regret everything, and thankfully, somebody interrupts before I can start brooding on the what-ifs. Perhaps the only time I can appreciate the man's insufferable pride.
Are you really going to stay in bed all day?
What do you want?
You must have been really rattled by what happened yesterday. If you need to talk about it, I am quite qualified in that regard.
And you aren't even the slightest bit bothered. Truly,
Not even the slightest bit worried?
I was worried. But I realized that it's not my life in danger, is it? My worrying will not help matters. Neither will yours.
The detached manner in which he admits this annoys me to no end.
Oh, as a matter of fact, it is your life in danger. Because if I find you lacking, if that woman finds their way anywhere near me again, you'll be following in the footsteps of your predecessor. Are we clear?
I guess he killed his old butler.
Do what you have to. In fact, it'd be best if you keep busy. Do what needs to be done, and if I see you even idling for 1 second, I won't be happy.
He doesn't say anything. There's no witty retort. It isn't a threat, but a promise after all. I don't take kindly to incompetence, especially when it comes to affairs that affect my very safety. I will kill if it ensures that I live.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Being in the dark has me on edge. Information, any at all, may very well help me in calming down.
I've already briefed security about her, and more from the agency will be arriving tonight. But they haven't seen anyone fitting the description.
So you have nothing then? Fat lot of use you guys are. What do I even pay you for? Do me a favor. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on your way out.
Well, there is something. It's about McCulloch.
Though I'll deny it, I do find myself a tiny bit interested.
I called her secretary about taking the day off. He hasn't heard from her over the weekend.
Ever consider she might be putting her paycheck to good use? Probably somewhere out there getting drunk, having a shag. Ugh, and I envy her for it. As long as she's here for work, what and who she does in her free time is her business.
Hell, maybe she's found another client to sleep with. I'll commend her if that's the case. It's a good way as any to make connections and get business. I would be a hypocrite and a liar if I said I didn't get some of my business that way. Scratches the itch, too.
That's all well and good, but she's not answering her mobile either. Mr. Parker will be filling a missing persons case with the police if she doesn't turn up today.
Okay, interesting as all this is, why bring this to my attention? If we've lost an interior designer, just find someone else to take her place.
If I knew that letting Hannah hire her would be so much trouble, I would have stopped it at just the sex.
The last anyone has seen of her was here, the morning of the party. Your housewarming party.
That isn't good news.
It wouldn't do for the police to hear of this, and to suspect.
I wonder how this conversation goes if Marianne does die in the wine cellar. They're not welcome in this home. The niggling voice in the back of my head starts loudly, though its presence is both unwanted and unnecessary.
If they come to investigate her disappearance, you need to make a decision. What will we be doing with the madam?
Because if they come to investigate her disappearance, well, we don't want them snooping about the house. Not until dearest Hannah is taken care of, because I'm the fool who can't let her go. It's ridiculous that I'm so sentimental about something that amounts to nothing more than rotting meat. As it is, the body is still decomposing on the inside, internal organs being the first to go. If anybody found her, they might still think that she's only sleeping, first sign of flies and maggots aside anyway. It's been less than 48 hours, but give it a day or two and the thing will only get worse. My bedroom already smells like rotting fruit. The scent is faint and lingering. It's persistent, even with all Johans has done to decontaminate the place without touching the body itself.
Leave it for tonight. I'll think of something by then. Until then, I want you on top of everything. Now, if we're done here, I'd like to go back to sleep and...
Well, there go any plans for grabbing some shut-eye. Rolling over on my stomach, I can only scream into my pillow.
Of course. Ah.
Screw what Hannah said. She's dead.
Johans, distract her.
Oh, look, it's time for me to go. Have fun with your little play date. So long, farewell, and auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Where's he gonna go?
No, Johans, don't you turn away from me. Keep her busy for an hour. Come on!
I have to press my face against the pillow once more to suppress a groan. You just can't get loyal help anymore. He'll help commit murder, but he won't help take care of a 6-year-old for an hour.
Hello there, little Fraulein. Your uncle is just upstairs and will be down in a moment. He is super excited to have you today. I hope you're well rested and ready to play a lot.
Bastard. I'll be down in a sec, Munchkin. Let me just...
Change into a fresh shirt, brush my teeth, fix my hair, bemoan my very existence, wish I was anywhere else in the world right now. Don't get me wrong, Kylie's a great kid. Wonderful. Better than most brats her age. But handling a tyke is the last thing I want on my agenda right now with this whole Hannah business. Fortunately, I'm well versed in how the world works. I've long learned that the show must go on, no matter what hurdles come my way. So I set to preparing for the day. Running a comb through my hair is just divine and simply makes me feel more human. Bed hair is disgusting, though it isn't as bad now as it was when I was a child. With how expensive a trip to the barber's was, I often had to grow it out until Mother had the time to cut it for me. The curls and tangles were simply horrid. Why, I was even mistaken as a little girl because of that. It certainly doesn't help that I was named Lucille. A freshly pressed shirt is enough to chase away the last signs of sleepiness. The feel of crisp air, and clean cloth in my hands is a clear marker to the start of the day. Smoothing down my suit and my hair with a sigh, I steel myself for the horrors. The horrors that come with taking care of a child.
Good morning to you, Luke.
This is so disturbing. Okay, I think we can skip. I nearly did, really. It's hard to remember something as trivial as an ordinary playdate when there's murder fresh on one's mind. But there's this instinct, long ingrained, to act as if everything is normal despite the blood on my hands. Else I would have spiraled out of control a long time ago, and things wouldn't have been as good as they are now. Besides, she's a bright child. Tolerable. Kid's got a good head on her shoulders and can get pretty mature for her age at times. My darling Hannah loved her so, and Kylie does try to be a good goddaughter, but she just can't keep her interest long enough with the wife. It's not something that Hannah does wrong on her part. She does try so very, very hard. I think we read this one too. Kylie talks with Miss Pink, and I have to shift my legs to become comfortable once more. The memory of my initial meeting with her is still fresh on my mind. The little brat is quick to defend her favorite academic as well. The woman has yet to offer a proper apology, and she wishes to give one on her behalf, all diplomatic like I taught her. I have fun with the crayons as well, at the child's insistence, even if I can't really draw. God, it's dry in here. I might have to turn my humidifier up. With Kylie using the black crayon, that leaves me with the yellow one. I absentmindedly start to doodle flowers, which are just about the only thing I can actually do decently. I've halfway filled the page with yellow when Kylie breaks her silence.
Yo, where is Tia? She's still sleeping in bed again? Is she gonna join us later?
I'll be lying if I say I'm not worried about what's going on in this line of questioning. I honestly am not expecting her to ask about her godmother. For all that Hannah was her actual godparent, she isn't as fond of her as she is of me. For a moment, paranoia fills my mind. It's suspicious of her to ask about a dead woman for no reason. I do realize this is ridiculous, to think a child is a threat to me. Her father might be putting her up to it, to find dirt on me, my mind supplies. I'm not too disillusioned to think the people working under me are actually loyal to any extent. I can't stop myself from being defensive.
What do you care? You've never asked for her before.
Mama's been asking about her. She hasn't visited for a while.
There's a shrug and some sense to her words. If that doesn't relieve some of the tension from me, nothing else will.
I don't know where she is, Munchkin. She's probably off somewhere doing grown-up things.
That makes sense. Tia does a lot of boring grown-up stuff. There's always a boring grown-up parties. You must be happy you're not doing a boring grown-up thing right now thanks to me.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm doing a grown-up thing. I'm taking care of you, aren't I, you little rugrat?
I'm still on edge, but it's easy enough to put on a carefree mask once I get a grip of myself. The roll of her eyes and the way she looks at my doodles in a false manner helps too.
Oh, your drawing doesn't look grown up to me.
Wow, savage. Nevertheless, like any child her age, the line of questioning doesn't exactly stop.
Is Tia still asleep? I want to give her this pretty drawing I made for her.
And I know that I can't help it. That they can't help it. That they don't know what went across the line out of genuine and innocent curiosity. Yet that doesn't stop me from snapping.
Tia isn't here, alright?
So where is Tia?
She's not anywhere that I know of. Probably at another party, shaking hands and all that.
But she's coming home soon at least, right, Tio?
Enough, you little brat! Can we just...
I don't know where Hannah is. That's the official excuse for when her disappearance is looked into. It's easier to claim ignorance, to have a lack of liability if foul play is ever suspected. There would be no mens rea? It's mens rea, right? Or actus reus, if I spin the whole affair and make myself the clueless bystander. It'll be easier to manipulate the story if I remove myself from it, whichever way we choose to deal with this meth? But I've been blindsided by the interrogation of a child. Whispers in my ear conspire.
Silence her. End her.
I have to shake my head to clear away the thoughts. She didn't deserve my anger for such an innocent question. Because this is just a kid. This is Kylie, for fuck's sake. I don't need to silence her.
Let's just have fun, alright? I'm so sorry, Kylie. Please don't cry. I didn't mean to.
I raised both my hands in a non-threatening manner, trying to placate her, only for her to take a step away, wide-eyed and terrified. This look on her face just crushes something in me. She doesn't let me say anything more than that before she runs away crying about wanting to call her father, about wanting to go home. Her crayons and toys lay strewn about, forgotten. Even Narcissa is left behind. She never leaves her doll behind if she can help it, and now it's looking at me accusing. I've never shouted at her before. I had no right to. And even if I want to deny it, some part of me was about to raise my hand to her when I promised a long time ago that I would never harm a child. I just can't help this awful energy that's taken over me. I feel so angry and tense.
Ah, Sisa, what is wrong with me? Am I going mad?
I don't think I can spend any more time with Kylie considering how high-strung I feel. So it's a good thing that Suarez came for her as soon as I've called. Though it's earlier than the agreed Let me try that again. Though it's earlier than the agreed upon time, he voices no complaint. The bastard even has a look of relief as soon as they left. Or at least, I interpret it as such from the way I've stood by one of the windows, not bothering to step out and greet the man. No doubt he still doesn't trust me around his spawn. Well, he has every right to be suspicious of me. I am a dangerous man, after all. But to my chagrin, that leaves me with the rest of the day with nothing to do. Well, aside from picking up the mess Kylie left scattered about in the parlor, to my immense relief, she remembered to take her doll home with her this time. But the same cannot be said for the crayons and papers littered here and there. First things first, I snatch my own doodle off the table and rip it to shreds, leaving no hope that it will see the light of day. The rest of the drawings, all Kylie's, remain unharmed as I collect the lot. Though they've been stacked neatly on the table before, they must have been blown about when I saw Kylie off. And there are plenty of them. From cats and cakes to colorful rainbows and gardens, the child managed to make a lot during her morning here. There's one that I have to fish out of the fireplace where it landed. Expecting to see another one of Kylie's masterpieces, I'm instead greeted with something a bit more concerning. Okay. What the fuck happened? Hold on. Backlog. Why did it skip when I haven't read this before? It skipped stuff that I hadn't seen. God dang it. Hold on, let me add this to my notes. There's dialogue here that I have not read before. Oh boy, okay. Sorry if you're not reading as fast as I am. But anyway, now he's seeing this fucking memory. The man is not her lord, her prince, but she is not of a station that will allow her to judge. That doesn't keep the shock from her features or from her
Milady,
voice.
I brought the my apologies.
Her voice is small, subdued, and shy, though the lady needs no words to express her displeasure as her face turns from one of pleasure into that of anger and accusation. Her glare burns, focused and scalding. If looks could murder, the servant girl would be dead where she stands. All the while, her lover still moves in and out of her, either unaware of their audience or enjoying the act even more because of it. One after the other, they come at me. An unending flood that threatens to sweep me away for what feels like an eternity. Why is this the memory we gotta focus on? Each one a show of both joy and suffering for those who have called this mansion their home. Each new scene is like a hammer to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. I can feel every little emotion in the blurry images that present itself in my head. I feel a part of these, like I've lived through them, though I know that's not possible. All their anger burns through me, that much is evident. But the pain more so. And above it all, there are whispers. Okay, and then I'm pretty sure we've read this, it's just we're not in the ballroom now. We're looking at fucking cheeks. Okay. There's a horrid feeling of envy, and though I have long accepted that I am a jealous person by nature, I've never felt such a strong feeling of envy as I have now. They were happy with each other, these people, but Hannah and envy turned into anger. Anger for something I couldn't have. But I have the feeling that yelling and screaming at them won't do much of anything anyway. None of the others have given me notice.
You're one of us, my lord. We are bonded by the blood we've shed.
Instead of what we've shared, it's what we've shed. Interesting. Empress! You're up early. Isn't it only like... What is it like? Well, no, it's like... What time is it? Don't tell me. It's like 10? 10-ish? Is it 10? 10? 11? I don't know. I don't remember. How are you doing this fine morning? Please tell me you've gotten some sleep. Sleep is the best thing for you when you're sick. That and like a humidifier. A humidifier 100%. Or an air purifier. Remember, I like don't sleep. Well, do you have what is it called? Vitamin C gummies? Vitamin C gummies. It's 8:30. Wait, this isn't my vitamins. Where are my vitamins? 8:30. Wait, really? Damn. I feel like you get closer and closer to New York every day. You gotta babysit? Goddamn. that sucks. Vitamin C doesn't like stop you from being sick, but it's supposed to make you feel better when you're sick. I thought you were allergic to oranges, or is it like orange flavored stuff? It's actual fresh orange. Wait, so you're allergic to actual fresh orange, or you can have actual fresh orange, but you can't have other orange stuff? It's odd. Yeah, no, I get it, because my old boss, when I worked at Claire's, she couldn't have certain kinds of citric acid specifically, but kind of like a lot of other products, like dyes and gelatin, brands don't tell you where they source certain ingredients, so she couldn't risk having anything with citric acid in it because only certain types of citric acid would kill her. So like she couldn't have fresh oranges, but there were some orange flavored stuff that she could have because it used a specific type of citric acid. I don't know, shit's weird. It's the god I can't remember what part I'm allergic to. I mean, it might have something to do with like the zest or the rind. Because I knew this person who, I don't know if they were being truthful, but they said that they were allergic to lemon and lime rind, like the actual rind. So they couldn't have any fresh lemons or limes or like, you know, it part of anything that they had, but they could have like artificial stuff. The white stuff in the peel. Yeah, the pith. The pith, that's what it is. Hey! So you're like that person, except it's with oranges instead of what is it called? Lemons and limes. So, you know what? Maybe they weren't bullshitting me. The pith. Man, I'm very, very interested to see how this ends. Can I skip? Yeah. It exists! It exists! Breathing a momentary sigh of relief, I sit down on the bed while the other man looks out in the balcony and closes the door behind him. But I feel like I sound like I'm crazy, so I say alert. Yeah, no, I totally get it, because a lot of people, they don't quite understand how, like, allergens work. And if you talk about an allergy that's, like, not one of the common allergies, people think you're crazy. Like, I'm allergic to coconut, but I'll still eat stuff that has coconut in it, and people are like, why would you do that? And I'm like, well, because it doesn't kill me, but I'm not supposed to have it. And then the same with soy. Like, soy is in fucking everything. It's kind of obnoxious. But it's like particular like kinds of like soy products. Like the soy, like I don't remember what it's called. I don't even know if you guys have it over there, but Cheez-Its, they use a particular kind of soy ingredient. I think it's just like an oil or something. But yeah, I can't have that stuff. But it's more stuff that I keep eating because I'm like, you know what? I don't want to live to 30 anyway. Turning 23 this year. I also lie, and sometimes I say that I'm allergic to seafood, just so that people don't put seafood in my food. And like, it's obnoxious, but the thing is like, at least in America, people don't respect other people's wishes. Sometimes even to the point if it's life-threatening. Like, a lot of people People think I'm lying about dried fruits. I don't think you're lying about dried fruits. I mean, there's like a process to it, right? Like, it's like how almonds aren't inherently like, almonds and peach pits aren't inherently like dangerous, but if you put them under a specific process and they become cyanide, you know, like everyone has such a strange dummy brain about like how the world works. It's like, listen, everything is chemicals and atoms and molecules and shit, okay? Sometimes you put the two things together and they just don't work. And that's just life. And it doesn't have to make sense. Doesn't have to be, you know, an everyday thing. Sometimes things just happen. And sometimes those things mean if we eat a peanut, we die. But it's the sulfates that get released. Yeah, see, I knew it! I knew it had to be something with the process. I don't even think I'm allergic to all dried fruits, but I've stayed away from all just in case. That is such a bummer because cranberries, like dried cranberries, are so fucking good. Like, shit's like candy. Shit's like candy. Oh my god. Oh, candy. You know what? This is a controversial opinion, but gummy vitamins taste better than candy. I said it. I said what I said. Said what I said.
The balcony is clear.
Oh, are they searching for the ghost girl?
What have you done with the madam?
What do you mean?
Oh, okay, I get it. That makes sense. I was wondering why they didn't change the dialogue when Johannes asks Ashton where the madam has gone. But now it makes sense. Instead of Hannah alive being missing, Hannah's dead body is missing in this version of events. And that's why Johannes asked. Be right back, 1 second, I need to properly get ready. Get ready! Do your thing! Live your life! I'm gonna be out here vibing regardless. Ugh. You do you. You do you.
The body. It isn't there.
What? Last I checked, it's still there. It's not like anybody knows where the fucking body is. Did it just stand up and walk away? Got tired of being dead and decided to unkill itself?
It's somewhere. You know what? While Empress is getting ready, I'm gonna go grab a trash bag and another can of soda. Ow, fuck. It banged my knee on the desk. Okay, I'm here. I feel the color drain from my face, but before I can take a step out, he raises a hand to stop me from charging out there.
Stay.
Oh god. Oh no! Oh, my earring caught on my headset. Fuck me. Whew. I need to get new earrings.
Stay? Do you see the problem we have here, Shroken? Are your eyes open, Shroken? Do you see the problem we're having here, Shroken?
Good, I love this fucking voice actor. He brings a lot of life to a character that's not written very well.
Stay?
with my own eyes.
What the bloody fuck are you still doing there then? Honor's corpse. A corpse is missing. If anyone else finds that bloody body, we are going to have an even bigger problem than Suarez's company leak.
Which is why I'm asking you to calm down. This isn't...
You do not understand, do you? Okay, everything is at stake here.
Money, reputation, connections, the company I've built. Everything. There's no second thought as I reach under my side of the bed and pull out one of my knives. I have no doubt that the other man can take me on if we're both unarmed, but with this, I can even the field. Or at least deter him from escalating the situation and risking hurting either of us.
I'm going out there to look for that damn fucking body, and you're either with me or you're fucking fired!
I love it! I love it so much. I love it so much. I need to hear it one more time.
I'm going out there to look for that damn fucking body, and you're either with me or you're fucking fired! I am not risking anything. I am not losing everything.
Still, like a stubborn mule, he refuses to budge from the door. There's a withering look on him that I try to match. One that somehow I'm losing fast to, even with him not saying a word
Can you
yet.
see yourself in the mirror right now? You're in no proper state to go looking for anyone, let alone your wife's dead body. If it'll make you happy, I will do the looking. But please, and don't make me repeat this, stay where it's safe, where security can find you. We already have one matter to be worried about. Please don't add another one to it.
Perhaps it's his tone. In spite of his general disdain for virtually everything that has to do with me, I'd like to think that over the years he's grown some sense of duty to his employer at least. Much as I loathe to admit this, I'd trust him over any other servant in this house. So an acquiesce.
You have 2 hours, Shrokin. I don't think it'll take that long to find one lifeless fucking corpse in this godforsaken house. 2 hours. Any more than that, I'll do it my fucking self.
Of course.
Despite his words, he lingers. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he wants to make sure that I get in a damn bed and sleep before he turns away from me. What am I, a child? Watching me and treating me like one? There's the reason I'll never get along.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Nothing. I just hope you're happy.
Verily, now mush!
As you wish.
Only then does he seem to get the hint. With a nod, he leaves, locks, and closes the door behind him. For a moment, I still hear his voice while he gives the guards outside firm instructions, then a hush as soon as he departs and his footsteps fade away. One that doesn't quite last. As quickly as the silence settles in, lightning flashes across the sky, followed immediately by the loud boom of thunder. And that wanker strikes so dangerously close that I can feel the electricity in the air. Okay.
Who are you? Stay away!
Sweet dreams, my...
Interesting. Well, we know he wakes up. Hannah's body's still missing. The thought of having more dead bodies here.
Hannah? You're not supposed to be here.
Here's the new content! For a moment, I wonder if it'd been me who had died and not her. After all, that can be the only logical explanation as to why I hardly draw breath while she stands there. Of course, another illogical explanation would be that I'm high and this is a really, really bad trip. Either reason doesn't suit me. Though it can't very well be the former. Even from down here, I can see the blood that stains her dress. Seeing that makes me feel as if my hands are covered in them once more. Warm and sticky, sweet and sickly.
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. You look so upset. Are you not happy to see me?
But let's be honest here. Any explanation, any reason as to why a dead woman walks once more is a bad one to me. Especially when it's one that I've killed. I mean, how even...
How can this be? You're...
Do you not find my presence desirable anymore, my love?
What sort of sick joke is this?
Tell me what's wrong, my dear prince. Does my presence leave you so speechless?
She says with a smile on her face, stiff and forced. A dead body's parts doesn't seem as malleable as they would be on a living human. She takes a step forward and her movements are stiff and choppy. Like a corpse being forced in position despite the rigor mortis, like the corpse that she should be. I find my voice once more when she takes a careful step forward. Just the thought of that thing approaching just makes my skin crawl. She stops to listen, fixated on my voice and on my words.
No, you're not. You're not supposed to be here. You can't be here. You're dead.
Then I killed you is left unsaid, considering present company.
And I have returned. For you. You don't have to do this. You can still have it all, Luke. Just please. Don't you love me? We would have been so beautiful.
I can still hear her pleas as she begs me not to be rid of her. Not once have I forgotten this particular crime of my own. No matter how much I wash my hands, I can still see her blood on them. She's dead. That's an irrefutable fact, and nothing short of the devil would bring her back.
Why are you acting this way, my love? Does this not make you happy?
I feel like there's something lodged in my throat, and my heart feels like it's being sat on with how tight my chest feels.
Of course I'm happy to see you again, Hannah. Of course, I love you, Hannah. But how do I know you're... How do I know you're you, darling?
Whatever do you mean? You look perturbed. Why not come here? I can make you feel better.
If by act of some malevolent god she was back, I don't think she would take too kindly to what I had done to her. This certainly isn't what I would expect. Not the fixated gaze or these loving words. There's no accusation in them, no anger when Hannah has every right to look at me so. My guilt is overshadowed by the oddity of these illogical circumstances.
No, stay where you are, stay back! Don't go near me! Don't touch me!
It is that rejection which turns her expression absolutely fearsome, and everything turns to complete and utter shite. Hannah's body shudders and shakes, and as if she's about to have a seizure, until her visage ripples and changes. Golden yellow hair is slowly stained with inky black, and her face melts into that of the woman, the maid from before, with a menacing expression on her face. Along with it the shifting of the very ground we stand on, with a slow thing, a whisper, more than a bang, as the darkness creeps into every corner of the room. The walls shudder and groan, blood runs from the ceiling, crawls down the walls and stains the floor. It feels as if life itself is being sucked from the house slowly but surely. The beauty of the place is gone, with only the dead, decaying remains of a mansion left in its wake. I don't have to wonder if it's just the foyer that's become this nightmarish place. I can already hear it. Gone are the growling and thunder of the lashes of the rain and wind against the foyer's high windows. All of it has been replaced by a more grating sound. A cacophony from nowhere and everywhere, echoing throughout the now horrid walls. Voices that neither belong to us nor the people who live here.
We would have been so beautiful.
Her screams fill the mansion.
Remember the blood you shed.
The very same one that now taints this house, along with many others.
I did not do this, you lie! I did nothing!
What of her then? Your wife, your sunshine. Doesn't her blood already stain these halls? Stain your hands?
Then, Hannah's really, you're the one who... You. You killed her. Your own wife!
Damn it, right. I knew you were dirty, but
She's lying!
The words sound so familiar. Just a few days ago, I've spouted the same ones at that vile woman who ruined everything. If it weren't for that munter, that harlot. But it's no use. A seed has already been planted in their heads. Defending myself, especially against the likes of them, is pointless. Bloody hell, even Daisy's now looking at me with the same revolting stares people have given me once they know of my dirt.
So it's true then? With Hana? Hana, Luke?
I don't know what she's talking about. Are you that gullible, Daisy? Do you really believe the words of a murderer?
No, you deny it. Pointing fingers, aren't we? You see, my love. No difference. No difference, you and I. Just like the rest of us. Just like every single soul in this putrid wreck. We've waited for so long.
I was under the impression that if we went down this road where we killed Hannah, that somehow the ghost girl was gonna be like, I just want my mans. But I'm so confused. The ghost girl still seems to hate Luke or something for some reason.
You can hear them, yes. Their pleas, their calls, their invitation. Come, my lord. The house seeks its master.
There's nothing for me here, not anymore. Nothing to keep me tied to this place. With Hannah gone, Johan's likely taken by this wound as well. Nothing's left to bind me to this wretched city. I can leave, I can... A footsteps on something, sending me sliding on my back, flat on the floor. Beside me, a paper, a familiar one flutters down. Yeah, it's the letter. Who knows what they'll do to me, now that they know what I've done. There's only 6 of us in the room, 4 of them friends at that. Though... Marianne has already gone loon, crouched in a corner and muttering to herself. You can't really say anyone safe from her. If anything, she's the one I should watch out for. I can't trust these people not to turn on me. I can't trust anyone. Not anymore. Not after this. Despite the pleading looks Lily shoots my way, they all huddle in the corner behind steel and feathers. But I have to remind myself that even people like her are capable of doing the unpleasant.
Hana would still be!
Suddenly Daisy steps up and slaps the knife away from
Don't
my
you
hand.
dare, Luke! Don't you dare put that blame on us!
Without batting an eye, glaring at me as if she might just rip my head off in this instant. Said knife slides uselessly under the table out of my reach. I should have expected she's not the kind to submit even under threat. Right now, all of us appear smaller, facing her.
Last I checked, we're not the one whose hands have been stained with his wife's own blood!
And what about your friend over there? Are you saying she is responsible for this mess? For the lives this sorry girl took? Dragging other people into her own problems just so she could save her little sorry self? You think I haven't seen that before? Getting real tired of your double standards, Daisy!
You know this curse is an entirely different issue, Luke.
I mean, they're kind of one and the same because I mean, obviously, Luke wouldn't have killed Hannah if it weren't for the curse.
Because, knowing you, I don't doubt that even without that blasted letter, you would have eventually—
Rebecca, stop! All of you stop this!
Oh, I just thought, I mean, it's a straight thought, alright? Don't take my word for it.
No, it might be something. What about this place, Zach?
It's basically the same thing.
I was just thinking, maybe Ash is right for why he went here. This is where Bella found that thing, right? And then...
It was just a hunch, Zach. We were not getting anywhere. But just because we went here doesn't mean we will find all the answers we need here. Hell, now we're stuck here.
Yeah, because Zach didn't visit the, what the fuck's his name? So, the, professor.
Bill, what are you...
Becca, it's this place. Think about it.
What? You mean...
I still think we should get rid of this letter before we start thinking of destroying a place with...
What? No! We are not burning a multi-million-pound mansion, you peasants! I just spent a fortune on this! Bloody fucking hell! Not only do I have trespassers on my property, but they're also arsonists!
How dare they suggest something like that? This is mostly the same. I'm not sure why the skip mechanic's not quite working here. Just because I don't know, because I didn't choose burn the letter, we're gonna see what happens when we burn the letter. And it's an easy decision to make, especially with these cries growing louder. I'm getting tired of it, really. I simply have to act fast, think fast, and what else is the root cause of our problems but that letter? No need to make things more complicated. It started from there. Why won't it end there? If what McCall has said is true, then there's all the more reason to destroy it. Put an end to this madness before anyone can think of passing it on to someone else. Before the situation can stretch on far too long for my taste, I snatched the blasted paper away.
Give me that.
For a second, she appears offended until I take out Mum's lighter. The sight of it shuts them all up, but I have no need for their opinion. In the next moment, I'm already setting the letter on fire. Oh, is this the bad end for him? And it doesn't take long for the thing to catch fire. It's old, for heaven's sake. Though I make sure none of the ashes end up on anything flammable. It'll be an inferno inside this study with all the books and documents stored here. Not that a big flame's anything to worry about in this case. In fact, in a matter of minutes, the damn thing has turned to ashes on the floor. With nothing left to burn, though, the fire dies, fades into thin air and a whiff of smoke, leaving only the awful scene of burnt paper in the room. But as the last of the paper turns into cinders... A sharp, agonized wail echoes from somewhere in the mansion, before quickly dying out, taking with her the horrors she has brought upon the mansion. Slowly before our eyes, the mansion changes again. Oh, so we didn't have to burn down the mansion? Blood fading from the walls, ceilings, and the floor, returning the place to its old beauty. Gone is the darkness, quickly replaced by the artificial lights in the room. Even the smell of blood and gore has completely disappeared. Perhaps the only thing undesirable left are the dumbfounded looks they're giving me.
See? Wasn't that easy? For fuck's sake, you people need to get your heads checked. How did you all make it this far in life with that kind of thinking? Well, you can all thank me later for this. You may now show yourselves out of my property before I call the police on you simpletons.
I walk out of the study without a single glance back at them, more than eager to finally get fresh air. They can find their way out of this place, I'm sure. I better not catch them again here, though, or I won't be happy. Outside there's only silence, deafening, still. The same hush that comes after a terrible storm has swept the countryside, and with it from the wide open windows is the sight of the sun rising above the horizon. Ever so slowly, the sky begins to lighten before my eyes. Darkness giving way to the warm morning hues, soft rays spilling over the vast expanse of Luxborn's countryside. This is the same dialogue, but instead of the mansion being on fire, it's not. Wait, so that's an acceptable ending? For undisclosed reasons to the public, the mansion is put back on the market months later, while Briar Realty Corporation faced criminal charges filed by one Luke Wright. After the news of the lawsuit broke out and the realty company's declaration of bankruptcy, rumors quickly spread across Luxburn City. But for those who still believe in the stories of the old, and those who know the truth, it is but a testament to the curse and the secrets the Ermengarde mansion has hidden for centuries. If there will come a time those will finally be revealed, only the hallowed halls of the mansion know. To this day it stands silent. However, on nights when the wind howls and thunder booms across the sky, some still claim hearing of voices within, of cries and wails that fills the night, and desperate calls for help for anyone who dares listen. As for those who once tread its halls... Although Luke Wright has won his legal battle with Briar Realty Corporation, another tech leak places him and Wright Enterprise under the spotlight months later. This time, however, with the then Chief Inspector Harvey Lee's sudden absence, the businessman isn't able to escape close scrutiny. In an investigation headed by LPD's Detective Inspector Ashton Frey, all of Wright Enterprises' illegal business dealings within the past 10 years come to light. Although his involvement with other crimes is still being investigated, Hannah Wright's death in particular, the disclosure has caused a huge outcry, especially from the city's business sector. Sued on multiple grounds, the company is ultimately forced to shut down. Meanwhile, to avoid public outrage, the once affluent businessman immediately leaves the city. All of his bank accounts have been emptied, including his Luxburn apartments, leaving not a single trace or clue where he might be hiding. The last anyone has seen of the man was on a flight bound for Ireland. Till this day, no one has heard from him, even his people from the old Wright Enterprise, who have all been left to deal with the aftermath. Though over the past few months, after the situation has calmed, some have made claims of spotting him flitting in and out of the city, if only to check on those he has left behind. Months after her recovery, Marianne McCullough heads back to her homeland, ready to close a chapter of a past she has been hanging for so long. There she visits Lorraine's grave, asking for forgiveness from the girl she once loved, something she has intentionally avoided for years. In spite of this, a different regret still clings to her, one that's been left by what she has witnessed inside the Ermengarde mansion. She never returns to Luxborn after, leaving her interior design company in the hands of her secretary instead. But with her absence, the business eventually declines until they're forced to shut it. Unexpectedly, she turns to music years later, hoping it'll someday drown out the voices of the gruesome memories still lingering in her head. What? By some stroke of luck or an unfortunate circumstance of fate, Marianne encounters Luke Wright once again, almost a year after she's returned home. She meets the man in the local marketplace, newly settled, fumbling, and confused. Although her opinion of him remains ambivalent at best, she reluctantly offers help, especially after seeing him stumble on his Gaelic more times than she deems acceptable. And it becomes a start, not to a close friendship by any means, but perhaps something akin to it. And on better days, when vitriol and scathing words don't get in the way, there's only the pleasant companionship one offers to the other. Casual visits to the other's home, sharing a bottle of wine or two, and simply talking about anything under the sun. A comfort after their mutual loss. Something they both eventually learn to appreciate with time. Why do they get a happy ending? Shortly after accepting the scholarship grant from Luxburn University, Isabella moves from Salemwell residences in favor of staying in a dorm close to her campus. Although she makes a decision out of convenience, she won't deny also doing it out of a desire to avoid another awkward encounter with Rebecca Gales. Following the aftermath of the curse, the relationship between the two girls have turned lukewarm at best. While no harsh words have been exchanged yet, their wordless silence since the incident has only pushed them further apart. Isabella leaves her home of 5 years with a heavy heart. And even though she has jokingly complained about Rebecca's bossy attitude in the past, she confesses missing the woman's fussing. Wow. As pleasant as things have gone in her life recently, Isabella greatly regrets allowing her friendship with Zach to fall apart in the aftermath of the curse. Though theirs isn't brought upon by petty arguments, unlike many others, the lack of communication has proven equally problematic for people like them, especially with Isabella making a conscious effort to avoid the man, and him, her. Once it becomes all too clear, it's no longer something they can fix with friendly jibes. Ultimately, drifting apart becomes certain, taking with it any previous plans they've made. That little exhibit they've both wholeheartedly poured their ideas on seem a faraway dream now. Things have never been the same for Zachary Steele and Ashton Frey. An argument ensues between the two shortly after they've been released from the Ermengarde Memorial Hospital. Although the whys are vague, and both have been tight-lipped about the matter after the fight is broken off, with the room evident only from bits of conversation bystanders have heard. Perhaps it's an old grievance they've been holding against each other, only aggravated by whatever horrific things they've gone through inside the mansion. Whatever the reasons, the two have kept a considerable distance from each other since then. Ashton gives the man a wide berth when encountered in a public place. Zach simply avoids places the detective frequents. People who know them have simply assumed the spat will resolve in due time, but for the two of them, the way things have panned out, in due time may never even come to pass. Between the lingering trauma and their measly attempts at normalcy, both Ashton and Isabella know that there are things that will never be the same. Gone is their friendly banter and rapport, as are their petty arguments and light teasing. After all has been said and done, it's only sensible for things to fall apart the way it all did. It's inevitable, so to speak. Yet in brief moments when their eyes meet and a last stolen glance is given, a shadow of it can still be seen in them. A quiet, steadfast thing that remains, a trace of what could have been had things not crumbled. Neither holds on to it, of course, as much as they wish to. Both of them think it's already far too late. They can only walk away from it and leave nothing but a heavy regret in their wake. They never talk of what happened inside the Ermengarde mansion, nor of the curse. Never in a friendly conversation, seldom in casual banter, not to anyone. To each of them who remains, it's a memory better left alone, never to be disturbed. But on days it comes back to them, when the memories are particularly vivid, a different hurt surfaces. One that cuts far deeper than any horrors they've seen. One that has crumbled right in their very eyes, leaving nothing but the last strains of an old song they used to sing. And when its last notes fade into silence, one thing slowly becomes clear. The curse has taken something far more valuable from them. Okay. I'm kind of confused by that ending. So, first of all, Luke and Marianne got good endings. Mostly good endings, and I don't understand. But we're gonna try something really fast. We're gonna try finding that Cursed Hannah ending. It's gonna take a bit of skipping. Open the hatch. As I lift up the hatch and look down to the cellar, a sense of uneasiness washes over me. Ugh. It's suffocating. I can hear her whispering, "Help me," calling for me. She wants me, she needs me. The deep abyss awaits, inviting yet foreboding. She calls to me from in there, isn't she? And I do want to help, I do, but the shadows threaten to creep out and a feeling of apprehension keeps me in place. Already it paints the room in a darker light. Oof. Ugh.
Help me.
Oh. What is our relationship with him like right now? Okay, it's kind of bad, so I think we have to kind of repair it.
What do I think of the matter, ma'am?
No, what do you think of my hair? It feels so lifeless and dull today, and that's no good for a party. And I think I'm breaking out into zits.
Now that you mention it, there is something different.
There better not be something on my face.
Okay, this is
I wouldn't worry about that. You do look a little paler than usual, ma'am. I apologize if I'm crossing any lines here, but have you been resting properly?
Huh. You'd think I get a bit tanned with how sunny it's been lately. Don't you worry. I feel right as rain and never better. But back to the matter at hand.
You were asking for my personal opinion on the matter, ma'am?
Be honest with me, Marianne. I don't...
Oh no, I don't think we get a choice.
I'm so sorry for talking nonsense, that's all it is. You're not allowed to...
Nothing to see here.
It's she's jealous. Jealous of this wonderful marriage, this happily ever after that I have with my
Take
parents.
that troll up out of here immediately! And see to it that she isn't allowed here or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxborn.
To be banned from anything with the right name on it is basically social suicide. We practically own half of Luxborn, and there isn't a single establishment of repute that isn't under our patronage one way or another. This is mercy. I can do much worse to her. At least this way, she can just move out of the city and never ever return. I've stayed my hand in the face of the grievous fault. Her bold-faced lies when she deserves so much more. I can take away her business, have her factories shut down. It's too easy to ruin her life until she's just nothing. And it's also tempting. I can only see red. The tension is thick in the air, and the silence that embraces the room is nearly deafening. There are worried and almost fearful glances from some of the guests, yet at the same time, I can still hear them whispering. But as long as they hold their tongues and don't interfere, none of those matter to me. Especially when my darling looks at me with a different shine in his eyes. It's almost as if he's proud of what I've done, and that spurs me on more than anything.
Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party. Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
You heard her! Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
It takes a bit for the crowd to stir again in the face of all of that. But like most problems of the elite, it's brushed under the rug and forgotten in favor of merriment. He offers his hand to me with a small smirk and bow.
That was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
Milady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
No one's going to get in between me and my darling husband. Not Rochelle or any other rich, snooty scrubber. Not some common whore or an ambitious maid. No one's going to get near him in that manner. Not while I'm around. And if I have anything to say about it, no one is going to get near him at all. Okay. My darling prince is a man of many connections, a man of the people. He's always talking to one person or another, and I'm always left alone, unable to stay at his side at all times. It's frustrating, but I have to be understanding. Besides, I don't see why he can't just stay at home. The least I can do is make sure I have his time while he's here, which, in and of itself, isn't as easy as it sounds. Not with that bloody valet of his tailing him around.
Jons! Where's my tie? I can't find it anywhere.
Have you looked around your neck? It should be there if it's not on your clothes horse, sir.
It isn't often that I'm awake this early, at least early enough to find my darling preparing for the day with his valet attending to him. It's an old-fashioned way to go about the morning. He's able to dress himself after all. But he says that it really makes the day easier for him to have someone else do this tedious task, albeit with a grimace. Although if that manservant of his dislikes the duty so much, I'll gladly do it in his stead.
I've got it, my prince. Come here.
Well, someone's up and at them especially early this morning, huh? Here I thought you'd be knackered by all the dancing we did last night at the party. And after that, well...
So, getting possessed makes them have sex? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. When the valet reaches out with his perfume, I quickly take it and shoo him aside. This close, this scent fills me with the smell of white flowers, cocoa, cardamom, and almonds. That does not sound good. It's intoxicating, and the sight of the two of us in the vanity mirror is picturesque and perfect. Can I help it if I feel a bit resentful that another person got to do this for Luke every morning when I could have done it myself? No, I can't.
You're dismissed, Shroken. I have this. Go on then. You'll be summoned if you're needed.
There's a curious look, furrowed brows, before any sign that he cares is wiped from his expression.
Very well. If you need me, I'll be somewhere that isn't here.
You could have let the man do his job.
And I say there's no need for him. I can take care of you just fine, my prince. Just where are you off to this morning anyway?
I hate the thought of him leaving me. It feels like an eternity without him here, and this lonely place that doesn't feel like a home quite yet. Although the mansion is really growing on me, slowly but surely. I want to be at his side, yet he fails to see such an obvious
Business.
thing.
Where else?
Why can't you just work from home? You can afford to, can't you?
Business needs a firm hand and a personal touch, Buttercup. Besides, I can't stay cooped up forever in here. I'll go mad.
Well, you'll come back home as soon as possible, won't you? It's so awfully lonely here without you, my prince.
I could. I don't see why I should, though. This hasn't been a problem before. You know I'll come home when I come home.
Just get home as soon as you can. For me, won't you?
No promises. It's business after all. I can't just stand up in the middle of the meeting and tell them the wife wants me home.
Then forget those peasants.
He stops and stares, looking perturbed for a moment before shaking his head. Is he feeling ill? That's more reason for him to stay here with me, doesn't it? I'm just being a good wife, worrying about my husband and all.
Be good, dear. And stay safe. There's been all sorts of dodgy characters seen about the property. I'll be leaving Johans with you, just in case you need anything, and to be on the safe side, okay?
But I don't need a valet. I need you here with me.
I'll be closing a big deal with a pharmaceutical company soon, if things go according to plan. Maybe, after that, I can take a breather for a bit.
No maybes. You have to promise me.
I only need him.
I'm going to be late, Hannah. The longer this takes, the later I'll get home.
Fine. Shall I see you out?
If that's what you want.
At the front door, his valet waits, ready to accompany him for the rest of the day when he's told to stay and attend to me. I still don't like it. It looks like he doesn't either. But I ignore him in favor of the one who really matters. I hold Luke's hand in mine and give him a deep kiss. It makes my heart flutter as I see the way his eyes close during our moment of passion. Parting for air, I can only smile.
Have a good day, my prince.
Right. Off I go.
I still don't want him to leave. He should just stay. Forever.
If you could let go of my hand, please, Hannah.
It's just so hard to let go when I finally have him in my grasp. To watch him enter his car and leave pains me so. It leaves behind an aching, gaping hole like a hunger and a need. I'm not content until he returns.
If it fits you, breakfast is ready in the parlor, madam.
If anything, I'll be in a foul mood until he returns.
Leave and go practice your bloody sodomy elsewhere.
Peculiar.
When I turn around to hiss at him to leave, he's already gone, and that suits me just fine. I want to be alone, without anyone bothering me. I want to be alone with myself and my thoughts, with only these halls as company. These damned halls which will hold our memories, just he and I. There is no one else I need but my prince. Not some cheeky servant who's living it up because he's Luke's right-hand man. Rubbish like him deserve nothing. He deserves to be thrown and locked in the attic. Without realizing it, my feet have brought me in here. This empty, lifeless room disgusts me. The longer I stare at it, the harder it gets to breathe, as if the walls are moving in on me. Yet at the same time it pulls me in. I hear a whispering, and curiosity gets the better of me as I look under the bed. There on the far corner, a loose floorboard. The wood, despite having swelled and warped over the years, is strangely familiar, comforting in its feel. Though it's not merely what my hand searches for as I reach for it, it takes quite an effort, but soon I'm able to lift it. And inside, underneath the dust and cobwebs, lies a pendant warm and familiar. And I swear if I just close my eyes, I can feel it beating in my palm. I feel a thrill, although I feel like a thief for taking this, but it's mine. So without delay, I hide in our room. In front of the vanity, I see the ways my eyes shine as I remove the clasp of my old necklace and put on this new one. It fits a lot better than the old one, and I can feel it as it weighs on my
Right where it
chest.
belongs.
Yikers. Okay, let's just be nice.
I don't know about...
We're gonna save here actually, because I don't know what would be the best option. Let's go to Hannah, because I bet it will be different than last time.
Sorry, sir. I was just...
Friend of Hannah. Okay.
You see, I'm a friend of Hana and...
A friend of Hana?
Yes, sir.
His eyebrows shoot into his hairline at my answer. Although it swiftly disappears under his dismissive gesture and a chuckle at its heels. A small frown spreads, across my face before I can stop myself. What I said has nothing remotely funny in it, yet here he is, hugging an arm closer to himself in a weak attempt to keep his shoulders from shaking.
Did I mispronounce something wrong, or...?
No, not at all. You didn't. My wife, has never mentioned a friend like you. That's all. I suppose it's a good thing she's venturing out of the usual. Vultures and savages, all of them hiding under sheep's clothing.
I don't really get it, sir, but it's not really surprising she wouldn't talk about me. We just met yesterday during the shoot.
As soon as this statement is out, the amicable air melts away almost palpably. His eyebrows crease into a frown, and his posture stiffens. With how fast the atmosphere around us changes in merely the span of a few spoken words, I'm not quite sure what I can and can't say anymore. Like handling a ticking time bomb. Is this why Ashton wants us to stay away from them? If so, a part of me regrets not listening to him now.
Shoot. Who are you again?
Zachary Steele, sir. I was here yesterday from the magazine feature about your home.
Ah, that Zachary, the photographer. I remember now. Just when you think she'd be careful meddling around media types these days, she makes friends with one.
Hello there, Agner 3 XVK3. I'm sorry, I don't know how your name is pronounced. I did my best to try though. I always try. It's better to try and fail than not try at all, right?
It was really just small chit-chat, sir. The usual. To keep things entertaining. The shoot did take the whole afternoon to finish.
Oh, I'm sure she was pleasantly entertained. She wouldn't be making friends with media types if she wasn't. No matter. She's her own woman. She can do what she wants so long as she doesn't do anything to ruin herself.
I'm sure Miss Wright is aware of that, sir.
That she is. But we aren't here to talk about her, are we? What is this about today? The city is a long way from here. On pushbike, no less.
Yeah, I was actually hoping to talk to her.
Of course. Here for another headline, perhaps.
Not exactly, sir. I'm off work. This is for something else.
That's what they always say. The next thing you know, your face is in the front page of every conceivable scandal sheet going all the way to the ass end of Plymouth. You media types have such an insatiable taste for gossip. It's almost amazing.
There won't be any of that in an interior design magazine, sir. I can assure you that one.
Oh, you never know. Well-trained hounds have an uncanny way of sniffing out things no matter where you keep them. I do admire the passion, though. It takes a lot of energy for someone to leave bed this early, let alone knock at someone else's door at this hour. That aside, unfortunately, you're going to have to come back some other day. You see, darling wife left not a moment ago. I have not an inkling where she went, or when she'll be back, so you're better off.
Love is at the movers. Whoop! This right after you introduced yourself as my friend in front of my husband. I do believe this isn't how friends address each other. Too formal, don't you think?
Save.
My sister just had a baby, you know.
I don't think these actually change if I remember correctly now that I think about it.
Ooh, I think that one looks cute.
Okay, there we go. We're just being nice for no reason. Hannah balks to my surprise, shuffling 2 steps away from the window and glares at it with such vehemence as if it did something remotely scandalous. A funny sight when taken out of context, and I probably would be laughing, really, if I understood what warranted such reaction.
I wasn't looking at the crib.
I wasn't really talking about the crib, Hannah.
Very good then. But it wasn't the crib, all right.
Alright, I get you. But that's not it. Honest. I was just saying the stuff that was on display there looks nice. Or at least as nice that it can be compared to the ones we visited earlier. But I'm sure your interior designer has something different in mind for your mansion, so don't mind me.
This is so charming. I can't believe that. I think God, I already forgot their name. But somebody else and Sarah were mentioning that you can't do this scene if you want the true ending. I was hoping that would be enough to cut the topic short. Instead, she sighs, leans on the wall closest to her, and runs her hand through the lock of her hair. There's a far-flung look in her eyes, even as she fixes it on the concrete curb.
You need to stop looking at people like that, sweetie.
I'm afraid I don't quite catch your drift, ma'am.
I suppose you wouldn't be aware of it. Do you know you always carry this kind of phase? Like you're always staring at the world with this honest look. Like all there is to see is all the good in it.
Frankly, I don't see anything wrong if it's like that. I mean, there always has to be something in it. You know, a sprinkle of kindness here and there. Otherwise, we'd all be miserable.
For you, maybe. Some people have to fight through it just to see that. And kindness isn't always a great thing to have around. Sometimes too much of it can hurt.
Makes you wonder where this is coming from, how bad things have really gone for her to have this view. I do understand her sentiment, really I do. Still, when it's the last thing you can cling to, when things have gone irreversibly bad, sometimes you simply don't get to make a choice.
Besides, the point is, it's impossible to lie when a person is looking at you like that. Or I could, but I'd feel like a horrible person afterwards. Did you hear that, Mr. Zack? You just made me feel like a horrible person. I sort of wish I had one like it. Just so people would stop lying to my face.
Or you can start by being honest with yourself. It shouldn't be quite hard. Friends don't lie to each other, don't they?
I guess so.
So what was the lie?
She draws in a breath, lays a soothing hand to her stomach.
That it was really the crib I was looking at earlier, silly. You're right, Uncle Zack. It's cute, but the pattern's not to my taste. I'm pretty sure Marianne could do something about that, though. At the moment, what I should really be worried about is if I'm ever going to be a good mother to this child. Mad! I can't even tell the father he's going to be one in a few months' time. Probably doesn't even want anything to do with this whole pregnancy thing. What am I going to do, Zack? Because right now, I'm absolutely at a loss.
How the fuck would we know?
Oh!
Okay, skip. Never mind.
Zachary, what is it?
When I look at her, all I see is a woman who only wants the best for the family she's trying to build. I see those loving smiles on her face whenever she puts a hand over her belly, the fond tones in her voice every time she thinks about what will be in months' time. I bet she bought that mansion for the same reason. To fill its many rooms with the smiles and laughter of their children, to create memories from it, unlike the lonely ones she had as a child. And I can't bring myself to shatter that little wish. What other proof do I have except for what might be taken as a couple of badly developed photos? No matter where you look at it, this is ridiculous. Maybe I am seeing things and I need to visit my doctor again as soon as possible.
About the photos you requested.
Oh, are they done?
No, actually, they're not done yet. I had to finish the ones for the magazine first. I really don't want to rush it.
Please don't tell me you came all the way to Anslim just to tell me that.
I made you a promise.
Oh, you poor thing. I won't hold it against you if you can't give it to me soon. I'm not rushing you, dear.
This entire little scene is so nice and good and charming and fantastic, and it's so sad to know that you can't experience this scene if you want the true ending.
Good art takes time, yes. I'm more concerned about the quality than how fast it gets delivered. With it, I'm sure I'll get my money's worth.
You really don't have to pay for it, Hannah.
Shush you. Don't sell yourself short. You keep doing that and other people will follow. I'll have my secretary send the first half to your account tonight. No buts.
That's just too cute.
I guess I'll just have to make sure I'll take good photos tomorrow at your party, yeah?
Fair enough. I'd love to discuss it with you, but I'll only get in the way. And I really need to leave now.
Have a good day, then.
You too, sweetie.
Ain't that sweet? We could still
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here.
save.
We're both drunk.
Yeah, I know we've already kind of fucked everybody's affinity, but I don't care. Why is it not letting me skip here? I read this the first time. Whatever.
I just remembered something, that's all. It's nothing to worry about.
Who do we need more affinity with? Hannah.
You must have been quite the pair, Mrs. Wright. Hannah Evans and Luke Wright taking Luxbourne by storm. At least, that's what I've heard.
That gets a giggle out of her. And I can be blamed if I like the way her eyes crinkled or how she sounded when she laughed.
Quite the celebrity couple, according to all the newspapers. But it wasn't always that way. Father certainly didn't approve of him at first. Why, he told me to stay away from him. Told me that I was too good for him.
I mean, was he wrong?
That's the usual overprotective dad speak, though. But of course you know that.
I don't. I was too busy keeping my grades up at boarding school to maintain my scholarship. Never mind the fact that I went to an all-girls boarding school, so father never had any reason to fuss over boys trying to date his little girl.
And what did you tell him? Considering you are Mrs. Wright now, you or the mister must have convinced him otherwise.
Yes, well, I told him I was my own woman and I could decide who was deserving of me or not on my own. Thank you very much. That never stopped him from making sure Luke couldn't get anywhere near me without an escort and a guard anyway. Though he certainly wasn't that overprotective when I was dating Jack.
Maybe your father considered this Jack a more capable man?
I doubt it. Jacqueline was nowhere close to being any sort of a role model when we were in college. She was rebellious, reckless, and immature. Everything I wasn't.
Oh, I didn't know that Hannah was canonically bi.
But she was quite the charming, stunning woman, and I think that made her quite likable.
That takes me by surprise a lot more than by the fact that Mr. Wright's father-in-law didn't like him. That much was to be expected. But this, I have nothing against them because that's their thing, though the nuns and the priests would say otherwise. Although, wasn't she worried about the implications, the rumors that would have arisen about her dating another of the same sex? Especially with someone of her social status.
You look surprised, Marianne. The first thing anybody needs to know about me is that I go after what I want. And when it comes to who I love, it doesn't matter to me whether they're a man or a woman.
It's a nice enough sentiment. Still, the thought that this lovely lady before me had once been with another woman. I can feel my cheeks heat up a bit as I panic, thinking they might be red enough for Mrs. Wright to notice. I can't tell, though a coy smile graces her lips.
Legs, we called her, because of how often she was running about because of one thing or another. Climbing up walls and, what do they call it now? Parkour. And also because of her, well, legs.
And you went after her?
Not right away. When I first met her, I wanted nothing to do with her. She was so improper and uncouth. But I slowly realized that didn't mean she was a bad person. On the contrary, she did many a good thing and was always so nice to others. I found myself confused. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to be her or wanted to be with her. So I approached her, told her that I might have fancied her.
And your father didn't mind?
He must have thought it was my form of rebellion. But he never watched out for Jack as much as he watched out for Luke. If I didn't love my father so much, if he hadn't raised me right, I think I might have told him to bugger off. He's never been more attentive of me than when I started bringing home dates.
I'm sure he loved you very much.
She laughs once more, a glow about her. I know, she says with a small smile.
I suppose I've taken too much of your time with my silly stories.
You still have much to inspect?
I still have most of this floor, and I'll want a quick run through of the ground floor again later.
I shan't keep you from your work any longer then. Just call me if you need anything. I'd like to look around myself.
When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. I look out the window from where she was standing and I move on. Okay.
Hey, are you alright there, Whiskey? You're looking like you need a serious drink. Please? It's...
Why is this considered new?
How does this even work? Something?
Going to leave me again then, are you? Are you that? What? Don't just...
We've literally already read this.
I really... But... And what does... I don't know. You... I'm right... No. But even... You...
Burying me... What? That's why you...
But... Lorraine!
I know. But now...
I'm so sorry.
I'm here, Em. Come here.
I can't imagine how you've been. I don't even...
Don't cry. Besides, I don't...
Yes!
You swear you won't?
I swear.
God's not the only one you're making promises are.
I'll stay.
You join. Die for me.
Lorraine!
There's no... But that's the...
Yeah, that's her death. I don't understand why... Hold on.
I should've... I know. I can't stay with you.
So what? You're going to leave me for some old trophy wife?
Oh, is this because we found out that Hannah's, like, bi?
That's it, isn't it? You're going to leave poor Amy Lorraine and go after the next rich, pretty blonde that you see.
All these years, guilt has been my driving force. But what I did to me. The blood in my hands is mine, not yours. I broke your heart, not your neck.
Don't you dare deny it! It was your fault!
Because I loved you more than I dare to admit, but I never meant to hurt you like that.
Interesting. All we had to do was find out that Hannah was a lesbian. I mean, bi, to unlock Marianne's, like, healing. Weird.
What are you doing?
Oh, Lorraine, forgive me.
Interesting.
Well, now, I should probably go back up there. Mrs. Wright will be happy if I make some time. I'm sorry, Lorraine. May you see God's light on the path.
Come on, Mac. You really didn't think it would be that easy, did you? But you should know an 8 in charisma is not enough to turn undead.
That's not...
What? Out of the mirror? Did you think just moving on will erase what you did to me? You're nothing but a murderer, Marianne. A murderer!
Stay back. You're not real. Leave me alone. Stop! I'm trying to move on with my life, so why won't you let me? Please! Just get out of my head and leave me be!
Okay. We've already seen this. I've literally already seen this. I don't know why.
What's... Please, why won't you...
We've literally already seen this.
Help me! Yeah, no. Look at... Oh, man. Well, what?
I don't understand why it made us go through all of that. Kind of frustrating, honestly, because it was the same stuff. Good thing it's not difficult with him. Wait, was that the right answer? Yes. Yes. Once you know how and what makes Ashton tick, getting him in a conversation doesn't take much effort. Amusing how most people often assume he's hard to approach, when in reality it's the opposite.
What about you?
What about me?
Don't play coy. We haven't heard anything decent from you. Except for those memes you leave in the chat box every morning.
Hey, they're funny.
To you, maybe. Belle hates them.
Have we seen this? Let's find out.
No, she doesn't. I know she likes them well enough.
Believe what you will, but that's beside the point. You've been quiet since your promotion last year, even more so after you got assigned to your current case.
You know I can't talk in detail about that.
Well then, talk about something else. It doesn't have to be any of those things. It could be anything under the sun. It's not so hard.
Rebecca, out of everyone else, you know how this whole thing works. I can't just...
We do worry, you know? Zachary worries. Isabella worries.
I worry. Yeah. Too bad I'm not gonna let you date this dude. Sorry if anyone is upset that I'm not reading this new content. I'm reading it in my head really fast. I just want to get to the part where we unlock that bonus scene at the end. But I'm seeing new content without realizing we were going to see much new content along the way. Who knew so much could change just by getting possessed? Well, rather getting Hannah possessed. But I know some of this is because I didn't reload my original save file. I'm just reloading the one where I was trying to be an asshole, so we might get a weird ending anyway.
The chief found a new temp to pull a prank on the other week.
Is that even allowed?
Using the police car? No.
And that doesn't bother anyone at all?
Maybe a few, but he's the chief. Chances are he'll probably get swept under the rug. It doesn't really matter. Everyone knows he's harmless when he's like that. Probably just procrastinating on his paperwork. Eventually, he'll also get tired of the new temp. I'll give it a week or so, and... Oh yeah, speaking of the new temp, Inspector Carl.
Oh, Jesus. It's basically the same thing, ain't it? I'm pretty sure we've seen almost this exact flashback.
Rebecca?
Oh, yeah.
She's either blushing over Ashton or she's being a horrible fucking person.
Were you even listening?
Sorry. I just got distracted. The weeks before exams are always the busiest.
You look a bit red in the face, though. You okay? Isabella mentioned you've been sick.
I'm fine, really. Don't listen to her.
This would be cute if she weren't obsessed with the guy.
Sure?
I'm sure, Ash. I was already feeling well enough this morning. Do you think I'll be able to work if I wasn't? She's just making a bigger deal out of something that...
You don't seem to have any fever, but we can ask Zach if you're not feeling well.
Don't! Belle already left. We can't bail out on Zachary now. If another one of us leaves, how do you think he'll feel about that?
I could stay with him?
Don't be ridiculous. It's not going to be the same thing. Besides, I'm really okay now, so leaving is out of the question.
Who's leaving?
No one's leaving.
No one.
Becca.
We were just talking about his coworker.
Oh. Is anybody I know in particular? Retiring or something?
Not really. It was just a few people being transferred lately.
Usual bureaucracy, huh?
You could say that. Chief's just annoyed at the paperwork.
It's always the paperwork.
Zachary, why don't you sit down first? Before you two start talking about workplace politics of all bloody things. I'd hate to get caught in the middle of it.
Man, isn't this just charming? It's almost good that Isabella left. Friendship! Hold on.
Let me go, you uncouth lout!
That was a minus, a small minus. And the other one's a big minus, right?
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space. Let me go!
We're gonna try something here.
Tomorrow afternoon. Do you have time?
That depends. Why?
Well, you see, someone sent an invite for a housewarming party, and I thought you might want to...
Rebecca, I'd rather stand on the messy end of a gunshot.
I know, it's just...
These are the
You're
same
one of
lines.
the few people I can...
That's cool, I appreciate the thought, but really, Zach's a better companion.
It did, actually.
Why not just skip out on it? The world's not going to end if one guest doesn't show up.
We already promised.
Trust me, I'd love to. But I promised Mom I'll be there.
Still can't say no, huh?
Like you're any better. Besides, the person who sent this is an old...
this is the
Oh, who would have
same.
thought, huh? The famous Evans...
Wait.
Evans. Hannah Evans. Well, she's already married. She goes by Hannah Wright now. Remember the couple who bought the mansion, Isabel?
The same people?
As far as I know, unless I misread their address, or there's another Hannah Wright in this city that we don't know about.
Let me see that. You never mentioned this.
We met just once. Honestly, I can't recall anything from it. Otherwise, I would have told you about it.
Yeah, I know. Ashton doesn't like it, but I gotta
Last night,
keep things
you
going.
mentioned...
Okay, I was like, are we? Where are we?
Take that troll up out of here immediately and see to it that she isn't allowed here or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxbourne. Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party. Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
You heard her! Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
And when she turns to Luke, eyes gleaming with hope, something feels off. Something I can't quite place. Hers is not the face of a person who so ardently loves. There's a lack of tenderness in it, an absence of warmth and sincere affection. It's the kind that constricts and
Well,
suffocates.
that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
No one seems to have noticed it. However, and at their command, music resumes. It's almost like Rebecca can spot an obsessive glance from a fucking mile away because she's the same way with Ashton.
Milady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
He didn't have to lie to me.
If we're done here,
Care to explain your reasons?
it's confidential.
Official police business, huh?
Oops.
So you did use me?
When?
Oh, I was like, did the skip not work?
Thank you. You okay?
Oh shit. You know what? Let's take Rebecca's side. For once. Actually, before I do that, let me save. I need to use the bathroom real quick, so we're gonna take another break. Oh wow, my nose is really oily tonight. You guys didn't need to know that. Yeah, I'm just, it'll probably be like 10-15 minutes tops. I need another drink. I'm gonna see if I need to refill my humidifier, and probably gonna get another stack. So get up, stretch, do all those things I'm gonna do, and pet your pets for me, because I'll be back here real soon. And again, if this is you taking the opportunity to bounce, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a fantastic time zone, and I hope you come back at some point. And if you are one of the people on Theta who entered the giveaway, I will definitely end that and start up a new one when I get back. So I'll see you when I see you. And hello there, Weasel. I am just about to take my break, but feel free to hang out, entertain yourselves, have a great time. Okay, I'm here. But I have to wake my mom up in like 15 minutes. So I figured, instead of getting back to the game and then leaving in like 10 minutes, I would eat on stream and talk to you guys for a little bit while I end the giveaway. Also, thank you, Rita Swagway, for the follow. Let me go ahead and end that theta giveaway and start up a new one. I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming, but... Did I rage? Did I rage on stream tonight? Yeah, I think so. So close to reaching 125, but just short. All right, who's gonna win? I didn't realize, okay. You can't add new predictions, even if you haven't opened them. That's kind of dumb. Anyway, looks like we only have 2 winners this time. Congratulations to Seabell Richard and R08Z. Rose, maybe? I don't know. Robs? Rose? Let me make a new one.